Here we go. And the tip belongs to the Jazz. So here are the Jazz starting five. Keontae George out there with Bailey. Then it's Lauri Markkanen. Then it's Walker Kessler. And it's Jackson in at the 4 spot. Now here's Leonard. And the dunk by Leonard.
They're taking the opportunity to get airborne. Kawhi doesn't hold back when he sees an opening.
Here's George. And George with the jam.
A brilliant dunk, and he hangs up there for a while, too.
Like he's posing for the camera. He's just hanging out, posing for pictures, just making himself at home. Here's Mathurin. And stolen by Markkanen. Jackson with it. And it's Leonard picking him up. And Markkanen with the stuff.
Well, you can't forget that Markkanen is an accomplished dunker.
For Lauri Markkanen, a really talented scorer, Stan. How do you think he's fared with more responsibility?
B.A., I think he's done very well. He's a prototypical stretch 4 who scores at an efficient rate, and with his elevated role, he's just grown in his confidence.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like. That.
For Utah, they've gone 3 of 4, off to a nice start. And out of bounds, Los Angeles will have it. Here's Leonard. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Moments ago, Tyronn Lue and I were able to chat. Jaren Jackson Jr. was the topic, and Coach was impressed by the tape. He said, the more I watch of Jaren, the more I'm convinced he's the best defensive player in the league. He does so much for their team, and we're going to have to be hyper aware of his weak side help tonight. Coach isn't alone on that appraisal. Back to you.
And Allie, thanks. Here's Jones. He takes it in, and the dunk by Jones.
What a two-way play. Just tremendous.
Yeah, the steal was slick. The slam topped it off.
And that is why you want to run off turnovers. Get down the floor before the defense is set.
Dunn's shot is good.
Well, they gave him the mid-range. Smart idea to take that one.
Here's George. Jones with the block. Dunn with it. Picked up by Markkanen. Outside Mathurin. And the powerful one-handed slam.
Yeah, this is how impactful Mathurin can be in close. He loves jamming it home.
Here's Kessler. And finished off by Kessler.
Throws it down emphatically.
He's got serious hops, right? You add that to his ability to penetrate, that's 2 easy points. Lopez finds Mathurin. Shoots from the baseline. And again, it's the Clippers.
And you got to be right up on Mathurin, especially when he's roaming around the mid-range.
George. And George with the jam.
What? Wait. Hey, dunks are always for the big boys.
Emphatic move by the point guard.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring options.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Now here's George. He's got 6. Kicks it out to Jackson. The ball's knocked loose. And the dunk by Jackson.
Putting that length and athleticism to use. Jackson rises up.
And Kawhi Leonard gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
1:04 left in the first. Here's George. And it's the Clippers with the rebound.
Nice work defensively to contest that shot right at the rim. Nothing easy.
Pass to Lopez. Kessler with a rebound. A chance at a 2-for-1 if they'd like.
And I really can't see why they wouldn't.
Bailey, the pass to Kessler. Here's George. And that bucket makes him 4 for 7 today. Good production.
And just muscling it in. George, very aggressive.
Dunn left side. Here's Lopez. Oh, Kessler with the block. Here's Bailey. Leonard defending. With the drive, and he dunks it down.
Oh yeah, Bailey can easily get there off the drive. The rookie doing it with style.
Leonard looking around. Over Jackson. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. And so, lots of scoring in a competitive first quarter. Jazz out in front, up 3. And back to the start of the second. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Jazz.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
You also have to commend them for their fearless attitude offensively. They've been productive when driving to the basket.
On the floor for Utah, getting going in the second. We've got Jaren Jackson, Bailey out there with Keontae George. Then it's Lauri Markkanen, and it's Kessler in at the 5. And it's already hard enough to play D in this league. Some people feel that traveling has gotten out of control, Coach.
Well, I don't know if it's gotten out of control, B.A. I think the referees do a pretty good job on traveling. I think what's important for the referees is they have to be able to determine which travel calls gain a guy an advantage and which ones you could let go because they have no effect on the play.
Way to rise to the occasion and snatch back the momentum.
Yeah, plenty of lead changes in this game. It's gone back and forth.
It's good.
And Mathurin is an impressive scorer, skilled at finding ways to convert around the rim.
Here's Markkanen. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. Markkanen's got 4 points this quarter. Oh, man, this has been an absolute battle in the first half.
Each team trying to establish itself. The lead just keeps going back and forth.
Utah leading. And he drives in.
Yeah, Bailey's footwork is advanced for a rookie. It allows him to stay in control on the move.
And so it's Leonard who brings up the ball for the LA Clippers. That shot missing. Oh, and Jackson with the defensive effort. George against Jones. Jackson with a screen on Jones. George scanning the floor. 6 on the shot clock. And out of bounds. Los Angeles will have it. Clippers trail by 3. Dunn right side. Shoots over George. And the Clippers miss again.
When the defense is playing off you like that, you want to be able to convert. But that time, he just couldn't get it done.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Utah shooting their first free throw of the game. That's good from George.
And during his rookie year, Keontae George started about half of his game, running the point most of the time. That experience will pay off for him.
His hang time on the rim puts a sweet cherry on top, B.A.
It's a close game, and those displays of explosiveness can jumpstart a team. And so Will Hardy calls a timeout. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. Utah leading by 4. George in the post, working on Jones. Markkanen looking it over. The three-pointer is true from Markkanen.
Well, it doesn't matter where he is on the court. Markkanen is a pure shooter.
Here's Dunn. And that makes him 3 for 4. He's looking good.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
Markkanen outside. Oh, great slam by Markkanen.
Well, that is why George was a first-round pick. He's adept at moving the ball.
Leonard with the ball. Guarded now by George. Back to Leonard. Outside Matherin. This one for 3. Kessler with a rebound. Kessler's got 4 rebounds in the game. The Jazz have gotten each of their 6 shots to fall here in the second. And George with the jam.
Easy to see the kind of impact George is going to have in this league. Already so productive.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does. George passes to Bailey. And Chris Dunn gets the whistle that time. That's foul number 2 for him. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. For 3, George. That one's good. 7 for 10 now.
Well, this is why George's coaches encourage him to keep shooting from deep, because they know he's only going to get better.
And he brings this game a little closer using a huge one-hand slam.
That's a great way to get your team back into it. And it goes. As the official calls the foul, count it, and he'll shoot one more at the line. Utah shooting their second attempt at the line tonight. Clippers trail by 11. And Kawhi Leonard gets the whistle that time. That's foul number 2 for him.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
Here's George. They lead by 11, largest margin of the game. Down low. Here's Kessler. It's good. Set up beautifully by George. George has got his 4th assist in this one. Here's Leonard. The rebound by Jackson. Utah has gone 2 for 2 from the arc here in the second. George against Jones. Now here's Kessler. Not a lot of room. There's Jackson with the 3. Oh, and he can't make that one. 2 for 3 now, his first miss. Jackson against Leonard. And Leonard with the strong finish.
Yeah, the level of creativity Leonard has is just special. He's capable of some really memorable throwdowns.
Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's George. And George with the jam.
All he needed was a little separation. So effective.
Boy, cleared the path, put him in position for a prime-time dunk.
Well, give credit to the screener there. That's how you help free up your teammates.
And that's why you don't give up on the glass.
Man, his efforts well rewarded right there.
Well, that's what he does. He makes an impact with his activity on the boards.
Ooh, that's a tough spot to be in as a defender. With that height disadvantage, it's very hard to protect the rim.
And so it's Utah in command with a 13-point lead at the end of the quarter. They've been fantastic pushing the ball. Fast break points a key to this lead. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. You got to like what Keontae George has done in this one.
His whole first half looked like a highlight reel, rising up and just owning the rim.
Well, they've got to build a wall immediately because he'll just keep attacking like that if they don't.
Kawhi is the 3 with Jones playing the 4. Chris Dunn is out there with Benedict Mathurin. And it's Lopez in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's who's out there for the Clippers.
Just sometimes it feels like Bailey baits you into the shot because he knows he's got the length advantage.
Gets the 3 ball to go. Markkanen's got 14 points for the game.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. You must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible. Well, that's what you want. Get him the ball and see if he can close the gap.
Los Angeles shooting their 3rd free throw attempt of the game.
And one thing Benedict Mathurin has no shortage of is raw athleticism. Now it's just a question of him honing that physical ability to be an effective pro-level player.
Here's Kessler, and finished off by Kessler.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. Mathurin finds Lopez. Here's Mathurin. He's got 11.
And putting his athletic ability to work. I mean, Mathurin comes in hot on the drive and lifts off for the slam.
George drives in, and he drops in the layup off the glass. George has got 23.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
Here's Jones, and it's blocked by Kessler.
Oh, big Walker Kessler. That is how you use your size.
And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. He's going to talk it over with his guys. So it's Los Angeles now. 15-point game. The shot by Dunn, no good.
Well, when they're playing off you, you have to make them pay. And he couldn't.
It's Markkanen on the wing. Pass to Bailey. Kessler a screen. Bailey the pass to Kessler. Shot clock at 6. Beyond the arc. Jones grabs the board. And here's Mathurin. He'll bring it up for the LA Clippers. Now here's Leonard, defended by Jackson. Leonard against Jackson. Lopez, the screen on Markkanen. The shot by Dunn, no good. Jazz leading by 15. George outside. Pass to Markkanen. Three-pointer. Rebounded by Lopez. Lopez has got his 6th rebound on the night. Dunn, the pass to Lopez. Out to Leonard. Jones with a screen on Jackson. Here's Leonard. A good-looking shot from the wing. Leonard's got 4 points in the quarter.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
And George with the jam.
Seeing the opening, George does not hesitate. I mean, just a great move.
Three-pointer Mathurin. That is now his 7th field goal in 10 attempts. Impressive.
Well, the defense was a little soft. He felt free to take that shot.
Jackson with a screen on Jones. George, a deep 3. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Leonard going in. Ooh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. Jaren Jackson picks one up.
That's just terrifying coming down the lane. I mean, when Leonard is attacking with ferocity, man, the D has to foul.
Yeah, great effort tonight, and he's been rewarded. with trips to the line.
Here's George. Takes it inside. Throws it down. And the official calls a foul. It may be a three-point play. It's on Derek Jones. Utah shooting their third free throw shot of the game. Clippers trail by 13. Dunn outside. Kessler against Lopez. Here's Jones. Back to Lopez. Rebound, Utah. At one point, they led by 16. Pass to Kessler. And here's George. Defended by Jones. Kicks it to George. Kessler, a screen on Jones. Back to Kessler. Jacks up a three. Leonard pulls down the board.
He may have had too much time to think about it.
Jones from outside. Yes, and it's Leonard with the assist that time. Jones has got 9.
Well, you love assisted hoops. That's good offense.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy who just never lets up.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches here. Even the guards are attacking the basket. Finding space on the perimeter, but he couldn't capitalize.
George, a deep three. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Lopez has got rebound number 7 tonight. Matherin passes to Jones. And it's in after a nice bounce off the right iron. He's got 11. Here's George. 30 points in the game. Pass to Markkanen. Markkanen using his size inside.
Well, over the course of the night, he's been taking shots he's comfortable with, and it's working.
And so it's Utah going into the break up 12. They hold a real solid. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Now that is an elite level dish. What a great passer.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same for the first 3 quarters. And Utah looking at who they've got to start the fourth. Jaren Jackson out there with Lauri Markkanen. Then it's Walker Kessler. Then it's Bailey. And it's George in at the point.
Just an effective shot blocker. Lopez using all of that 7 feet, and he does a great job of picking his spots. Well, if you came here looking for a scoring battle, I think you made the right choice.
Yeah, and how great have these offenses been for these teams tonight? Just fantastic execution.
Now here's Jackson. The 3 is up. Drains the triple. And the Jazz lead by 13.
Well, modern-day big men can hit threes and guard multiple positions. That's Jaren Jackson.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
There's no air space there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without fouling.
Oh, excellent way to pad the lead.
Yeah, especially when it's your one throwing it down like that.
It shows you're able to attack the rim from any position.
Oh, turning speed into airtime. What a jam by Matherin.
And he gets that one. George has got 13 in the second half.
Great touch there. It's just so tough to defend a floater like that.
And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair. And a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for the Jazz.
Well, the mid-range has been open for them, so you've got to take what the defense gives, and that's been a great attack in this situation.
One other thing they've done very well has been scoring inside, just pounding and grinding down there.
And so Will Hardy calls for the timeout. He wants to make sure everyone is aligned, given the situation right now. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
I was able to listen in on what Will Hardy was going over with his team. Coach had a direct message for the team saying no matter the lead, no NBA game is ever over. Do not let your guard down. We'll see if they hold on.
As always, Allie, we thank you.
Well, there's some urgency to get to the basket off the drive by George.
Utah leading by 15. Bailey, the pass to Markkanen. It's stolen by Dunn. Jacks up a three. Rebounded by Jackson. And so it's George with it. He brings it up for Utah. Here's Kessler. Now George. Shot clock at 5. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez. Now Matherin. Jones fires. He's off from 3. It's George on the wing. Leonard defending. They double-team George. Here's Bailey. Outside George. It's stolen by Leonard. And we're about 3 minutes into the fourth now. Good for 2.
He's got that guard quickness. Matherin showing off his catch-and-shoot ability.
George. Jackson outside. Here he goes. Both hands there for a little extra.
He throws it down with 2 hands. You know he won't mess that up.
Not this guy. He is a big-time finisher. And Leonard, here we go.
Oh, a fantastic score. Kawhi can put a barrage of points up quick.
George. Oh, unanswered slam.
What? Wait. Hey, dunks are always for the big boys.
Emphatic move by the point guard.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring options.
Bailey. Ready off the pass. He lays it in.
They came out and had a statement win with their performance tonight. A fantastic effort to get it done here for the Jazz.
A pair of tremendous rebounding teams.
And these guys played a little harder tonight, and that was the edge they needed.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Keontae George.
Well, bottom line, he was just unstoppable at times. Not much you can do when he's playing with that kind of confidence.
Utah's gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. Now Jackson. George outside. Marking it outside. There's 39 seconds left in the final quarter. That's in!
Excellent effort on the road. They've literally sucked the energy out of this arena.
Yeah, and winning games on the road is huge, especially when you get them in such a convincing fashion.
And here's George. We've got 22 seconds left to play in the fourth. Here's Markkanen. Kessler outside. Jackson. The putback. Stolen by Jones. And so it's Utah easily grabbing this one. It ends up being a fairly easy road win.
Those are so hard to come by. It's never easy to take a game.
Allie, thank you as always. And that about wraps it up for Stan.
Straight. We're going to see the speed and the skill of NBA guards. Two of the league's best going head-to-head.
And when I think basketball, I envision guards pushing the tempo, taking threes. The modern NBA has a lot of talent. The pace has never been higher.
And checking out Utah's opening lineup, we've got Bailey. Nurkic is out there with Jaren Jackson. Then it's Keontae George. And it's Sensabaugh in at the three. Now Brunson following Nurkic's three-point attempt.
One of the things you love about Jalen Brunson, he takes quality shots. How about that look from three?
Pass to Nurkic. Anunoby against George. Takes it inside. Jackson finds Nurkic. Trying to come right back with the three of his own, but it's no good. Brunson surveying the D. The kick out to Anunoby. Another three for New York.
OG Anunoby increasingly dangerous with his jumper. Nice catch and shoot opportunity there.
And George with the stuff.
That's a finish he'll be bragging about for a while.
As he should. Very impressive.
How about that from your point guard, gentlemen? Playing big at the rim. Okay.
Chalk up two there.
Well, you want Mitchell Robinson to finish with strength and authority, and he does there.
And GA, you started your career with the Knicks. What memories do you have from your time in New York?
Well, after winning a championship in college, it was great to play for a team in the NBA that had similar aspirations. So many great veterans to learn from, and a Hall of Fame coach.
Oh, don't you love the confidence Yusuf Nurkic has? Normally, guys, he's setting a screen or trying to open teammates. This time it's a little catch and shoot.
Robinson, that's good.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
And anytime Jackson gets near the rim, it's pretty much a done deal.
For New York, they've gone 4 of 4 to start, so a nice offensive rhythm to start here. Now here's Brunson, and finished off by Robinson.
That's what we call a power finish. There's no such thing as gentle for the big man.
George against Anunoby, and George kicks to Nurkic. Off target from outside. The Knicks leading by 5. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jaren Jackson. That's his first foul. Brunson outside. Inside. Robinson misses. Jazz trail by 5. With the drive. And that one drops for him.
Looking strong on the drive. Bailey using his length to work his way to the bucket.
Robinson a screen on Jackson. Brunson no good.
Well defended that time. He's a shooter that the D has to close down on quickly when he's ready to pull the trigger. Ooh, rising and punching it on the young fella. You know he loves having that much of a height advantage. Best chance to get yourself on the highlight reel.
The shot's good from Brunson.
Just good on-ball decision-making from Brunson right there. This guy a master in the pick and roll.
Second round pick back in 2018. Stardom wasn't expected for Jalen Brunson, but he's always been a winner.
You look at his physical attributes, nothing jumps out at you, but it's all between the ears with him. The skill, the footwork, the vision, that's what makes him elite.
Well, you love the competitiveness you get nightly from Yusuf Nurkic. The other thing you love is commitment to team, willing to back up teammates.
Now here's Brunson. He's got 6. Going inside. Deflects the pass. High post. Jackson. Utah shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game. And the first one drops. And it's tied up with that one.
Well, big man that makes their free throws. Bravo.
Robinson a screen on Jackson. And here's Brunson outside. Here's Robinson. Rebounded by the Jazz.
Boy, I'd like to see him finish that play with more authority.
Here's George. Out to the right wing. Nobody near Nurkic. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. Nurkic has got 8 points.
And that's exactly what he's looking for, draining the triple.
And it's Brunson missing. Jazz leading by 3. Right side, George. Jackson setting the pick here for George. And Nurkic has it in the corner. And again, it's the Jazz from deep.
And from three-point range, guys, he has hit the ground running. What a first quarter.
Brunson, that's a two-pointer. Yusuf Nurkic has been on display for the Jazz. Between it. And if you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter in this one. And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for the Jazz.
And, guys, I love the movement, doing a great job of just getting the ball on a string, creating some opportunities.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
And so in the game for the Jazz, Nurkic is out there with Jackson. Then there's Bailey. Then it's Keontae George. And it's Sensabaugh in at the 3, the small forward. Here's Brunson following the bucket by the Jazz. Here's Robinson, and it's Robinson with the jam.
Well, Mitchell Robinson will take it to the rim with authority every chance he gets.
George looking over the floor to the right side. Here's Nurkic. Robinson pulls it in. Knicks trail by 4. And that's an intentional foul.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's going to make some adjustments to the game plan. Kevin Love's checked in for Nurkic. Brunson against Jackson. The 3. It's good, and the Jazz lead is cut down to just 1 on the basket from Brunson.
Consistency as a jump shooter. Jalen Brunson with that quick, compact release.
Bridges against George. And Love has it in the corner. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. We're closing in on 2 minutes played here in the second quarter. Here's McBride. And trying for the go-ahead basket. It doesn't go in. George in the post. He's guarded by Anunoby. George against Anunoby. Right wing. 5 on the clock. Bailey passes to Love. Over to the wing. Driving inside. And Mikal Bridges pulls it down. Brunson against George. Pulls up on the wing, and that one's good. Brunson's got 11 points. And we've heard some coaches complaining about players getting away with traveling. Is that something, Greg, the league needs to clean up?
Well, it's inevitable that a few of those calls are going to be missed. But listen, you'd rather have that than officials whistling travels that didn't happen.
Brunson for 3, likes the look and drains it.
And so many teams now look to establish the perimeter to set up everything else.
No doubt it's a growing trend, Greg, and he is highly accurate tonight.
1:57 left in the first half of basketball. And the Knicks getting another bucket right there.
Jalen Brunson right now attacking without hesitation. His foot is on the gas pedal.
Pass to Love. Here's George. Love with the screen on Anunoby. Back to Love. Launches it. Robinson pulls it in. Robinson's got 4 rebounds in this game. Things really clicking for him at the offensive end.
They're making good decisions, not wasting these opportunities.
Brunson the pass to Robinson. Out to Bridges. Back to Robinson. The rebound by the Jazz. 1:06 left in the second quarter. Pass to Love from 12 feet out. It's rebounded by New York. Robinson's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Sensabaugh. Brunson covering. Back to Jackson. And Jackson throws it down hard.
That's a stomach punch, guys. Turn it over and give him a free run to the bucket.
Oh, you're so right. No question who has the momentum now.
It's still close, though. These teams have been neck and neck. Let's see the response here.
Yeah, he's shown terrific control of the pace and the rhythm of this offense.
And I think they count on him for that. He is a tone setter, extremely unselfish. Unbelievable explosion. Shows a great burst to the rim and extends over the taller defender.
From deep, Brunson. The kick out to Anunoby. Off target with his 3. Outside, George. Jackson setting the pick here for George. Driving in, and it's George finishing it off.
Kevin, he is tough to stop when he gets to the rim.
Yeah, Greg, he can get up a few notches higher. Jalen Brunson has been on display for the New York Knicks. He ends up dropping in 2 from distance, making a difference from long range in this one. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here. Of adjustments were discussed during the half. You know, Jalen Brunson has been exceptional here, guys. Wow.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
The 2 forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Jalen Brunson out there with Miles McBride. And it's Robinson in at the 5. That's the group for Mike Brown as we get going here in the second half. Here's Sensabaugh. Still without a basket. Out to the right wing. Here's Nurkic. True on the 14-footer.
Well, you can see on the face-up, Nurkic will drop that midi on you.
Brunson against Jackson. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. Well, if we look back at when things began to shift for the Knicks, notice it started with Jalen Brunson.
Well, I think certainly, Kevin, he is exactly the kind of leader you would want. Is he highly skilled? Of course he is. But he's about the work every day, and he sets the tone for his team.
George dishes to Jackson. Robinson pulls it in. Robinson's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Brunson down the lane. Rebounded by the Jazz. Bailey with the ball. And finished off by Bailey.
I like Bailey attacking the rim at that size.
Brunson outside. And Jaren Jackson picks up the foul. And that'll be his 3rd foul so far.
Yeah, that's a tough call right there, and really a tough break for the D.
Nurkic with the steal. Goes up. And finished off by Nurkic.
Boy, what a night for Yusuf Nurkic. They have gone to him time and again, and it's paying off.
And here's Brunson. He's got 20. Pass to McBride. Back to Brunson. Anunoby is screen on Jackson. Clock at 4. 2nd chance shot. And the shot will not go from Anunoby. And there's the drive. And finished off by Bailey.
And you got to clog up the lanes to the rim, or else the young legs of Bailey will take over.
Runs from the pass to Robinson. And he goes big with the dunk right over Jaren Jackson.
The athleticism of Mitchell Robinson is something to behold.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. Coach is going to take a few minutes to regroup and go over the strategy. The Jazz with the lead. And George, here we go. Here's Bailey, defended by McBride. Now, here's Nurkic. He's got 15. Jackson with the screen. Shot on the wing. The Knicks pull it in. Robinson's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. To the paint. Anunoby kicks to Brunson. No good off the front iron.
Well, that's surprising. This guy is a good mid-range shooter, just can't get it to go.
Shot's good by Sensabaugh.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
Brunson against Jackson. Down low, Nurkic with the steal. Oh, and here we go. Jackson, nobody back. In the 3rd quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. And George, here we go. Pass to Bailey. Goes up at the stripe. Bridges with the board. Knicks trail by 5. Anunoby is screen on Jackson. Runs in the pass to Robinson. From down in the low post, it goes. Robinson's got 4 points in the quarter.
Well, exactly where you want Robinson taking advantage offensively. Use the length and size to score inside.
Nurkic, and finished off by Nurkic.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Drills it from outside. Brunson's got 23 points.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
It takes incredible effort to stay connected to the hip of the offensive player. You've got to want to work.
George finds Nurkic. Outside for George. 6 for 6. He's yet to miss from the field.
And nice touch inside. George can finish from all 3 levels.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And again, New York with the triple. Anunoby against George. And it's George finishing it off.
Just the kind of play they need in a game this close.
You know, that's the kind of aggression they want from their floor leader.
Boy, and not just the aggression, the ability to get to the rim, but how about the finish with intention? Oh.
Here's Brunson. And we've reached the end of the third quarter. Just a terrific game so far. Jazz lead. And let's take now this moment to bring up our State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
I'll tell you, in today's game, you want skill and decision-making at every position.
Well, what a terrific game it's been so far, with this fourth quarter sure to bring more pressure-packed basketball. And Utah looking at who they've got to start the fourth quarter. Jaren Jackson is out there with Nurkic. Then it's George. Then there's Bailey. And it sends the ball in at the small forward position. And so here is New York after the basket by Utah. On deep, Brunson. A second chance effort. Rebounded by the Jazz. Outside, George. And he uses the glass on the layup. George has got the lead up to 7 now for Utah.
This is why you select Keontae George. This guy is very capable of huge offensive nights.
Anunoby right side. And Anunoby slams it in.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg. And the officials will call the illegal screen right there.
Beyond the leaning, you could see his feet more set on that screen. Easy call.
You know, he's just leaning a little bit. You try to get away with it, but boy, the official all over it.
Now here's Brunson. Pass to Robinson. Robinson a screen on Jackson. Back to Robinson. And hammers that one down right in the face of Jaren Jackson.
And guys, I don't know that this is the time for that kind of flair. In a close game, the important thing is to get the 2 points, not necessarily the dramatics.
Oh, come on. He had to go for that, didn't he? My goodness. And Will Hardy calls timeout here. And he wants to see some changes out there right away and right now. Let's check in now with our Allie LaForce, who's got a story for us. Allie?
I was able to listen in on what Will Hardy was going over with his team. He pleaded with his guys to keep their emotions in check, saying, "You're battling right now. Continue to play smart. Don't try to be a hero out there. Play for one another." Guys, let's see what happens.
Allie, thank you so much.
Guys with size who can shoot with range, that is a tough tandem to defend.
Runs in the pass to Robinson. That shot off. Some solid defense there from Jackson. Utah leading by 6. And it's good for 2.
Well, Keontae George demonstrating right there he's a team-first guy. Teammate open, you put it where it needs to be.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Oh, he can't jam it home. He is denied. Bailey. And that basket's going to count, folks. Gets the goaltending call right there.
So close to getting the block there. You can live with those calls because you'd rather have a guy playing aggressive instead of playing it safe.
Robinson a screen on Jackson. Brunson fires, and he drains the J.
Well, the beauty of Jalen Brunson's game is his ability to create for himself. He can find looks.
Here's Nurkic. Oh, what a finish.
Ever since halftime, they've played precision basketball on the offensive end.
I got to believe that's something the coach talked to them about at the halftime. They have valued each possession.
When a pick like that is questionable and creates that much of an advantage for the offense, you have to blow the whistle.
I don't think there's any question. There are so many rules that favor the offense these days. You've got to be able to equal things out when an illegal screen is set.
No good.
And this is what dominating the glass looks like. He just cannot be contained.
Wow, what a performance. And he's not just winning with physical ability, he's winning with anticipation.
And you can feel the excitement in the building. Both of these teams pouring it on.
There's been a bit of a flurry here late, and this game may come down to which side gets a stop or two.
A one-man show offensively, and that's almost always good news for his team.
Brunson, down it goes for three.
That's an important shot right there, guys. I mean, he's produced from deep all game long.
Yeah, he's done more work outside the arc than inside it, and that's not going to change now. They'll ride his long-range game all the way to the end of this one.
And now we've got the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
No good from three.
If you're trying to make a comeback, that is the kind of shot that doesn't help.
Here's Nurkic. Puts it right back up and in.
Well, everyone knows foul line and down is where Yusuf Nurkic does his best work.
Robinson a screen on Jackson. Brunson. And there's the three.
You want the ball to find its way into Brunson's hands in these big-time moments. He relishes the opportunity.
Now, here is George. That one drops.
Well, this is what you're trying to do. Put the game away.
And he hasn't forced much tonight. I love the efficiency he's giving to them.
I'm honestly not sure what that was about. Maybe a protest against his coach?
Now, that is inexcusable. That kind of shot selection won't do them any good.
It's George on the wing. Brunson covering. Now Nurkic. Beyond the arc. Cleared away by Brunson. New York with the ball. 2 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. And again for three. Buries his 10th triple of the game.
Unbelievable.
Now George. And so it's Utah who scraped by with a win. They seem to relish their role as the bad guy here tonight.
Is the destination for the Clippers. One of the greatest two-way players in NBA history, Kawhi Leonard, hoping to be the catalyst as they get primed for action against the Knicks. Clippers, Knicks is next. Back in just a moment. And now the Los Angeles Stars. Dunn and Kawhi, they're the wings. Brook Lopez is out there with Derrick Jones. And it's Mathurin in at the point guard position. And since the turn of the century, die-hard Knicks fans had dealt with some lean years, Grant, until recently.
No doubt, BA, and they're happy to see meaningful games. The arrival of Jalen Brunson just changed things, and they've gone all in to surround him with talent.
And a big finish by Robinson.
Just such good vision from Brunson. He's able to spot a guy ready to attack.
Pass to Lopez. Now Jones. Back to Lopez. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for two. It's going to go on Mitchell Robinson.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
Yeah, exactly. Prevent the layup, give him a little bump, and then maybe they'll think twice about coming into the lane next time. And if they don't think about it, at least they might be distracted by your presence.
Now here's Brunson. Over Jones. Brunson misses.
He expects to make every one of those, and we expect him to make them too.
Done. And Anunoby pulls it down.
Well, it's a make-or-miss league. Sometimes the Jays just don't fall. It wasn't a bad shot. Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
And, you know, even though they didn't come up with the steal, that's still a nice defensive play.
Now here's Brunson. Screen by Robinson. He shoots it. Jones with the block. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Robinson. Now the Clippers with it. From about 19. And it's Mathurin missing. For New York, they've gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Anunoby a screen on Jones. Here's Brunson outside. And the Knicks miss again.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Lopez for 3. The Knicks pull it in. Outside Brunson. To the inside. Here's Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
His playmaking is something to watch. Threading that pass right in there.
Good on the bucket.
Skilled at getting inside and doing work down there. Kawhi Leonard is a confident scorer.
Outside McBride. To the paint. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Anunoby. Jones with the block. And they'll turn it over. Couldn't get the shot off. A shot clock violation. And here in the first, approaching 3 minutes played. Mathurin against Bridges. Outside Jones. Back to Lopez. 5 on the clock. Dunn outside. Over Brunson. The shot by Dunn, no good.
Great defense. Can't let guys get open looks inside the arc.
Brunson on the drive. Here's Anunoby. Launches a 3. And Brunson with the bucket on the assist from Anunoby. And that's now 6 points for Jalen Brunson. Here's Mathurin. Oh, Robinson with a block. Brunson against Mathurin. Fires for 3. Leonard pulls down the board.
Just enough of a shot contest to bother him.
Lopez finds Leonard. Lopez, the screen. Leonard passes to Lopez. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
The up fake from Lopez working to perfection.
And this will be his third and fourth free throws of the game here.
And guys, if a game was coming down to the wire and an opponent needed to foul, I mean, he was the guy they wanted with the ball in his hands. I mean, shooting the free throws because of his proficiency there.
Now here's Brunson. He's got 6. Hits the target from 18 feet. Brunson's got 8 points.
And you just can't let Brunson get to his spots. I mean, he's an excellent mid-range shooter.
Matherin passes to Lopez. Tipped. Bridges on the attack. Oh, nice!
Oh,
Big finish!
Man! And how about the hops Bridges has? Showing off some there with the slam.
Done outside. Inside. Here's Lopez. And it's Lopez with the jam.
Creating a high percentage look with a good decision on that pass.
And here's Brunson from the arc. And that bucket makes him 4 for 7 today. Good production.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing. Strong finish to cut into that lead a little.
Man, left no doubt with that one, Grant.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hander.
To the middle. Here's Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
He put a little flair on that one.
Yes, he did. Man, he's a strong finisher, huh?
Not when he can throw it down like that. Boom!
For 3, Bridges. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And so it's the New York Knicks. Close. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. All right, guys, what do you think so far about the offensive approach for the Knicks?
Well, they found a groove, and it's from distance, so knocking them down from the three-point land never hurts.
They've also displayed a real unselfishness as a team, moving the basketball well, sharing the rock, and giving everybody a chance to participate in the offense.
Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride, and it's Robinson in at the center position. That's the group for New York starting the second. And Brunson's got the ball here for New York. They lead by the biggest margin of the game at 9. And as a player, how important is film study to reaching the highest level of success, Clark?
Tell you what, with the advance in technology, it's actually critical now, BA. I mean, it's more accessible, too, and that helps everybody realize the benefits of doing that extra work of studying yourself, your team, and your opponent.
And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul. The Clippers making a switch here. Garland's checked in. Knicks leading by 13. Just over a minute has passed here in the second quarter. Here's Brunson. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Outside Garland. Lopez, the screen on Bridges. Here's Garland. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. Jones against Brunson. To the paint. Bridges outside. Over Garland. Bridges misses. Clippers trail by 13. Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Knocks it down from distance.
When Garland finds a three-point shot, he takes it, supremely confident in his abilities.
Here's Brunson following the three-pointer by Los Angeles. And it's Derek Jones with the foul. That's his first foul of the game. 2 minutes now played in the second quarter. Screen by Robinson. Outside Brunson. The three-pointer is down. Jalen Brunson.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Leonard gets the bucket.
Leonard scores at all 3 levels. He's a threat anywhere on the floor.
And a deep 3 from Brunson. Offensive board. Here's Anunoby. Outside Brunson. Anunoby a screen on Jones. 5 to shoot. Took the opportunity when he saw it. Brunson's got 10 points in the quarter.
And, man, you got to appreciate how efficient Brunson is. I mean, he takes and makes high-percentage shots.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Thanks, guys. A lot of conversation in the NBA about expansion. Commissioner Adam Silver said there are clearly markets out there that are very interested and will run through a process. I'm looking forward to it. There's an enormous amount of interest out there. It's on the league to look at it holistically. Brian?
All right, Allie, appreciate the report. Garland, no good. Knicks leading by 13. From deep three-point land, Brunson with the bucket. Brunson's got 24 points.
And there's a nice rhythm to Brunson's game. I mean, you see it in the pull-up.
Pass to Lopez. Back to Garland. And stolen by Bridges. Let's go with a three. Gets it to drop. Now 2 of 4.
Oh, productive from back there. Bridges showing the range.
Robinson with a steal. Fast break. Here comes New York. Up the floor. He goes out. And the finish on the break with the slam.
They're really in control on both ends of the floor right now, forcing turnovers and finding easy points while the other guys struggle to keep up.
Now here's Dunn. No points yet. Out to the wing. Oh, got a piece of it. Jones in the post. McBride covers. 4 on the clock. And again, it's the Clippers missing.
It's obvious they're becoming frustrated. Nothing seems to be going their way.
You know, guys, no denying it's been a rough patch here. I think they've got to run whatever is best in their playbook to get a good shot.
9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Garland for 3. And the Clippers miss again. The Knicks have gotten 8 of 12 attempts to drop since the beginning of the second. Here's Brunson outside. And it's the Clippers with the rebound. Here's Leonard. On the take. Lays it up and banks it in. Leonard's got 5 points in the quarter.
Tons of power and momentum behind Leonard's drive. He's not easily stopped when he's going like that.
And it's Derek Jones with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. Here's Brunson. Off the inbound, no good. Unable to get that one. A dominating first half of play, and so far it hasn't been close. It's the Knicks just dominating this one. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter, right after the break. So it's the Clippers now. On the floor for the Clippers. Dunn and Kawhi, they're the wings. Derek Jones is out there with Brook Lopez. And it's Garland in at the 1. Leonard for 3. On target from range. Leonard's got 10.
And we've come to expect this kind of vision out of Garland.
You think back to the prime years of Kawhi Leonard, Clark. He was absolutely dominant.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, so few wings could dominate the way Kawhi did when he was healthy and in his prime. I mean, he could score at all 3 levels, especially in that mid-range game. Absolutely lethal. And then defensively, he was a stopper. He would just turn people's water off. In his peak, he was as good as any two-way player we've had in the league.
The shot off that time. And so it's Garland who brings up the ball for the Clippers. Shoots off the step back, connects, the jumper drops. He's got 5.
The pull-up is lethal for guys like Garland. Just one of the fast guards in our league.
Sinks it from distance.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Coach is loving the ball movement.
And it's the Knicks with the ball. Brunson looks it over, launches it, kept alive. Robinson, and a big finish by Robinson. And he's now got the double-double.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
And you know, those second chance opportunities can be game changers. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
Here's Robinson following the score by the Clippers. Robinson, a screen on Jones. Here's Brunson, back to Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
He's been playing great unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
He is delivering a lot of room service dimes tonight. One sweet one after another.
And New York has possession, following the score by Los Angeles. Inside, here's Anunoby, and down it goes. Dunked it through off a beautiful setup.
You know, there aren't many players who are more efficient in the pick and roll than Jalen Brunson. I mean, he has mastered that set.
And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. He might have seen something and needs to review with his guys. All right, Grant, can you talk about what Jalen Brunson has brought to the Knicks?
You know, B.A., he's made them relevant again. New York can be a demanding place to play with the expectations and the media. But he's taken the bull by the horns and had immediate success.
So it's Los Angeles now. Pass to Lopez. Outside Jones. Stolen by Bridges. Brunson against Garland. And a big finish by Robinson.
And the find by Brunson, more than capable of running the offense.
Leonard for 3. Ooh, he's been flawless tonight. Now he's 6 for 6.
The scoring is coming easy for him. Got to keep the ball in his hands.
Robinson, a screen on Jones. Here's Brunson outside. Rebounded by Dunn. Clippers trail by 21. Here's Garland. Again, Los Angeles.
He relishes his role in this offense, and he's a natural leader, too.
Here's Brunson outside. And he can't get that one.
He just keeps firing from distance. I know he's trying to heat up, but at what cost?
And the shot is good by Garland.
Getting it done from the mid-range. Garland loves using this area of the floor.
Here's Brunson. After the Clippers picking up a basket just a moment ago. Stolen by Jones. And the dunk by Jones.
B.A., forget about attempting the long-range 3 to cut into that lead. Just attack the rim, my man.
Man, that was sweet.
Exercising his authority.
Woo! B.A., that's lit.
Ferocious all the way. Man, that was good.
Ammonia strong, we call that. Wear that rim out.
Inside, Garland outplays his size, using speed and agility to get it done.
And a deep 3 from Brunson. Misses the 3. Used the pump fake well, but he couldn't capitalize. Right side, Garland. To the right side. Jones with a screen on Bridges. Garland for 3. It's hauled in by Robinson. Robinson's got 13 rebounds in the game. Glass eating. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Here's Brunson. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Leonard's got 5 rebounds in the game. And he makes it. Garland's got 12 now in this quarter.
And right now, Garland is cooking. His teammates would be wise to keep feeding him.
Brunson passes to Anunoby. It's stolen by Leonard. Here's Jones. And it's in there.
Hustle plays like that are crucial right now. You have to convert on every turnover you get.
Done with a steal. And so it's the New York Knicks. They lead by 11 as the quarter comes to a close. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
Hey, that was a high-level pass no matter what position it came from. But it does make it stand out a little more when it's made by the big fella.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the 5 for New York right now. Back to Garland. Jones sets a screen. Takes a 3. And it's New York with a rebound. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. And here's Brunson from the arc. Good! Another from 3. Buries his 10th triple of the game.
Unbelievable, B.A. Unbelievable.
Here's Garland. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Outside Brunson. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Knicks will retain possession. A little over a minute of the 4th quarter gone now. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Brunson's got 10 points here in the 2nd half.
Brunson doesn't fear going in amongst the trees. Remarkable poise there inside.
Another miss by Garland. Knicks leading by 16. Outside Brunson. Screen by Robinson. Takes the 3. And again, New York with the triple.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
And, you know, the lead just keeps growing. I mean, this game is not going to get out of their grip. They're going to keep pulling away.
And the Knicks, another 3.
Yeah, he's in his bag from beyond the arc right now. You see his confidence.
Yeah, I'd be confident, too. As a matter of fact, I mean, if you're stacking up threes the way he is, I mean, he's doing all his work from behind the arc.
And there's the foul. It's going to belong to Darius Garland. That's his first foul.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Heads up action there. Reading the play and then beating him to the spot. Well done.
The Clippers have got none of their shots to go in this final quarter. 0 for 4. Here's Brunson outside. They get it again. Robinson passes to Brunson. Another shot. Soft touch off the glass. Brunson's got 45 points. And a breakdown here, guys, of the hustle stats for the Knicks.
Really a great job in this one, forcing the issue defensively. Great quickness and discipline combined, making ball handlers very uncomfortable.
They've also been showing us standout play on the fast break, working as a team to create easy opportunities.
Right wing. Lopez, a good look. And the basket's good. Off the assist from Garland. Garland's got 5 assists in the game. And here's New York now. Really controlling it. An 18-2 run here. Robinson a screen on Jones. And here's Brunson from the arc. And again, New York with the triple.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Boy, it's been a three-point barrage. They came out gunning and have not stopped.
And that's how you up the ante. Come right back at them.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Here's Dunn. And no good. New York shooting the rock at 58%. Here's Brunson. Oh, another one falls.
My goodness, 50 for the game.
Just putting on a show.
And you can see how scary this team can be when everything is clicking for them. Just a terrific performance for the Knicks.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, They did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Jalen Brunson.
Oh, I loved his approach. Businesslike, methodical, highly productive. When they needed points, he was the one that got them.
Garland, no good. Garland's gone, only 2 of 7 from outside the arc. And there's the foul. It's going to belong to Darius Garland. That'll be a second foul of the game.
That was a good call. The defense wasn't established.
Yeah, it looked like it. I mean, he kind of slid underneath as he got to the spot, too.
Down low. Here's Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
And Lopez gets it to go.
Lopez is really dangerous as a shooter if you give him space to catch and then shoot.
Anunoby a screen on Jones. And a deep 3 from Brunson. And again, New York with the triple. Here are the Clippers. Got a hand on it.
Tenacious defender. Bridges covers so well.
Shot and game clock separated by 5. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And so New York takes this one by a big margin. Boy, they were something special to watch tonight, and the crowd
On this Thursday, here with Coach Stan Van Gundy and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. And patrolling the sideline for us again tonight, Allie LaForce. And the Clippers starting five. Kawhi Leonard is out there with Brooke Lopez. Then it's Jones. Then it's Chris Dunn. And it's Mathurin in at the shooting guard. Outside, Jones. Drops one in from the wing. Stan, when you look at these teams on paper, there's a clear talent discrepancy.
Yeah, but Kevin, games aren't won on paper. And if you're the underdogs, most people have already written you off. So you go out and play free with no pressure and use all of that public doubt as motivation.
Here's Bailey. The Clippers getting the bucket. He gets it in there.
Look, he's the kind of player that has you awake at 3 a.m. asking yourself, how do I stop that?
Here's Mathurin, and it is flushed down with a nice jam.
And one of the better athletes in his draft class, Mathurin, with quick lift off the floor and then the power to hammer it home.
Jackson against Jones. Kessler passes to Jackson. A three-pointer off the mark. And Mathurin has got the ball here for Los Angeles. Dunn outside. Lopez sets a screen for Dunn. Beyond the arc, a three-pointer is right on target.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
Now, here's George. Pass to Bailey. Back to George. And it's George finishing it off.
Well, that's what you want from George. He's most effective when he's attacking the rim.
Leonard on the wing, guarded by Jackson. Got that bucket in no time at all.
And he's not going to miss many of those, especially that wide open.
And it is dangerous to let him get it going this early.
Here's Bailey, defended by Mathurin, and finished off by Bailey.
I like Bailey attacking the rim at that size.
And Stan, Utah has been all about basketball up until last year. The Jazz, the only major professional sporting franchise in the state.
Yeah, now they've got hockey, but from the venerated days of Stockton and Malone in the 80s, basketball has become effectively the state sport of Utah. Well, you know, this is where Kessler mostly looks to score. Great work inside.
Pass to Jones. Lopez, a screen on Markkanen. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen.
And guys, point of emphasis for the league is to really crack down on illegal screens.
Yeah, and yet we still see it a lot. It's a tough thing to police.
Now, here's George. And there's the whistle. That goes on Chris Dunn. That's foul number 2 for him. .158 left to play in the first quarter. Here's Bailey. Will not go. This is off the front iron. Los Angeles has gone 2 of 2 from three-point range here in the first quarter. Pass to Leonard. Lopez sets a screen for Leonard. Fires from deep. Kessler with the rebound.
Well, the defense got lucky there. More often than not, he's making that shot.
And here's George. Kessler setting the pick for George. And looks like the illegal pick was set. Yep, that's right. That'll get their attention. The Clippers leading. And Kawhi Leonard with the slam.
And Leonard makes it look easy. Incredible at getting inside and just finishing with physicality.
Now, here is George. Driving to the basket. And George with the stuff.
Never a bad idea to run the old pick play.
You're right. And if it produces a slam like that, you'll probably see more of them.
Yeah, defensive breakdown there. Gotta communicate and switch that screen. Well, that's easy pickings for him. Unless the defense is all over him, he'll take that all day long.
George passes to Bailey. And finished off by Bailey.
Straight rim rocker.
It looked like it drank for a second, like he might rip the cylinder loose. Leonard with the ball. Bailey picks him up. And a wide open look for Mathurin. That's good, and it's Leonard with the assist.
A young guy who is ready to attack. Mathurin gets the ball and goes straight into his shot.
And George, here we go. An easy 2 points on the layup. George has got 8.
I'll tell you what, I'm not sure these guys can keep this up.
Well, you expect there to be peaks and valleys, but you've got some excellent scores on both sides.
And one thing that makes Leonard's shot so effective is the backspin. Gives him that magic touch.
Jackson setting the pick here for Bailey. And right away, they match it with a three-pointer of their own. 9 points in the game so far.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just...
Kawhi Leonard has been on display for the LA Clippers. That quarter had to take a lot out of him. He racked up 12 points. Back to the action in just a minute. And it's been a pretty even game here after one quarter of play. And a chance for just a second to check out the scoring breakdown for the Clippers.
Well, the thing about hitting early threes, it spaces the floor and makes things a lot easier offensively.
And something else that's working for them is ball movement. A lot of their points so far have come as a result of smart plays.
So for the Clippers right now, they've got Brook Lopez. Benedict Mathurin is out there with Dunn. Then there's Kawhi Leonard. And it's Jones in at the 3. The Jazz shooting their first free throws of the game. Greg, you think about the value of those sage veterans on a team, guys that have been around the block, played a lot of years. Why are they so important?
Well, a lot of times they'll echo the message of the head coach. And I tell you what, it's also, as a coach, you love having those veteran players because you can trust what they're going to do on the floor. That consistency is really important, not just for the coaches, but the teammates.
And so they foul intentionally. Lopez sets a screen for Mathurin. Jacks up a 3, buries it from three-point range. Mathurin's got the lead up to 6 now for Los Angeles.
He'll let it go from all around the arc. Mathurin, not a three-point specialist, but more than capable.
Dunn shot's good.
Of the two offenses here tonight, you can tell theirs is just a bit more in sync.
Well, I think it's because they're calling sets that really match up well with their personnel.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Clippers leading by 8. Dunn right side. Pass to Leonard. Lopez, a screen on Jackson. Here's Leonard, and denied. He sends it right off the glass. Here's Bailey, defended by Mathurin. On against George. Back to Kessler. Clock at 6. And the rebound goes to Lopez.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
To stand here, we have one of the bright young centers in the NBA, Walker Kessler.
Look, start with this with Walker Kessler, Kevin. A great rim protector. You're just not going to get layups with Walker Kessler on the floor. Then he's an outstanding offensive rebounder, and he's got great hands, which makes him very effective as a roll man in the pick and roll.
George passes to Kessler. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. Los Angeles leading by 8. Leonard on the wing, guarded by Jackson. Took him no time at all on that one. Leonard's got 14.
This is how dominant Leonard can be. And once he finds his comfort zone, he keeps his foot on the gas.
It's good.
Well, once he gets a step to the rim like that, it's going to take more of a defensive effort to force the miss.
Kawhi taking no chances.
And he just dangles from the bucket after sending that one through.
And you can see which team has the swagger right now. Outside Jackson. On the wing, George. Dunn covering. Yep, it goes, and the Clipper lead is cut down now to just 7 on the basket from George.
A lot of confidence from George shooting a 3 early in his career.
Stolen by Kessler. Oh, and here comes Markkanen all alone.
And that's how you do it, guys. Ball pressure and then get some runouts.
Los Angeles has gone to three-point range 7 times tonight, knocked down 5 of them. Leonard kicks to Lopez. Back to Leonard. 1:22 left now here in the second. 6 to shoot. It's going to be out of bounds. Los Angeles will retain possession.
You love the pressure he's putting on them. Almost had that steal.
Yeah, deflections are a stat that a lot of teams track, disrupting the offense's rhythm and flow.
We've got 1:18 left in the first half. Just 4 to shoot. Mathurin passes to Leonard. Misses the 3. Jazz trail by 5. Right side Markkanen. His shot is good, making him a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
Well, Markkanen poses such problems for a defense. He's got a variety of ways to score inside.
Leonard, no luck. The Jazz have gone 4 of 6 from the field here in the second. And finished off by Bailey.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball.
That's what this coaching staff has encouraged Leonard to do. They want him in attack mode.
George against Dunn. George in the post. Jackson down low. Dunn covering. Jackson passes to Kessler. The Clippers grab the miss. Lopez has got his 4th rebound in this one. And Tyronn Lue wants a timeout. He's ready to talk things through with them. There's 10 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. He dents the rim with a 2-handed slam. Wow.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the 2-hand flush.
Ah, they're going for the throat. And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Los Angeles on top, up by 5. All right, Allie, thank you for that interview. And we'll be back with more basketball in just a moment.
First he's had when going at the rim has been fantastic. A lot of strong finishes through 2 quarters.
Well, when you've got a player with the energy and athleticism he has, it can make for a big night when he gets it going.
Walker Kessler is out there with Jackson. Then it's George. Then there's Markkanen. And it's Bailey in at the 2 guard. That's the group right now for Utah.
And for a classic 2 guard like Mathurin, you have to knock down threes with consistency.
And that one's good, George.
They didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Leonard inside, Jackson on him, and Kawhi Leonard with the slam.
They've hardly needed anyone else today to get out to this lead. I mean, he's provided almost all of their offense.
Here's Kawhi Leonard on the attack. Good from the moment it left his hand. That makes him 10 for 14.
How about the physicality there by Leonard, charging in and through the contact to get that one up.
Can he keep it going? And the Clippers getting another bucket right there.
Better to be lucky than good. Got that shot to fall.
Dunn misses.
Great shot contest. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap.
And here's George for 3. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Stan, we know Brook Lopez is revered as a teammate for his contributions both on and off the floor.
Well, Kevin, I think that teammates very quickly pick up on guys who are unselfish both on and off the floor and care more about the team, the group, the community than their own accomplishments, and that becomes immediately obvious with Brook Lopez.
Down to 5 on the shot clock. The Jazz again can't hit it. And it's Leonard with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Clippers. The 12-point lead, their biggest of the game. Drives to the hoop and finished off by Leonard.
And there's only ever going to be one result when Kawhi's driving to the bucket, and it's going to be loud, and it's going to be painful.
George finds Markkanen, and Markkanen throws it down.
Yeah, he just punched the ticket on that one. That'll get the job done.
Powerful 2-hand jam. Jackson against Leonard. On the wing, Mathurin. There's the 3, and the 3 ball is good. Mathurin's got 16 points.
What a motor. Mathurin can go all night, and he has. What a performance.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's going to take a few moments here to check in with his team and regroup. Jazz trail by 15 to the inside. Here's Kessler. And it's Mathurin with the rebound. For Los Angeles, they've gone 6 of 8 on field goal attempts in the third. A 75% clip. Jones with the screen on Jackson. Leonard the pass to Jones. And Jones slams it in.
There's the unselfishness of Kawhi Leonard, keeping his teammates involved.
Jackson dishes to Markkanen. Jackson looking around, and Markkanen throws it down.
Well, that's a great pass. He has the timing and rhythm of a metronome.
Here's Leonard, and he goes big with a dunk right over Jaren Jackson.
And throw it down, Kawhi. That was nasty. Love watching him go hard and attacking with power.
And the basket by Bailey.
Well, that's a shot you don't mind him taking. Gets a good look and trusts his shot to knock down the 3.
There's Lopez with the 3. Knocks down the 3 ball. He has 5.
It catches people off guard to see what a smooth stroke Lopez has for a big fella.
And Jones sends it back. Here's Dunn. And a miss there on the triple. Jazz trail by 17. Here's Bailey. Kessler wide open. He fires. And again, it's the Jazz from deep.
Wow, we get a rare glimpse at a Kessler jump shot. Must be working on it.
Jones sets the pick for Leonard. Drops in the tray. Leonard's got 13 points now in the quarter.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first. Nice little floater there. Soft touch.
Leonard the pass to Mathurin. Leonard against Jackson. 16 feet away. Second shot opportunity. Here's Dunn. From 13 feet, it goes down. Dunn's got his third basket of the night.
Yeah, well, passing it inside out is always a good idea.
And so it's the Los Angeles Clippers out in front by 17 points at the end of the quarter. They've got their field goal percentage to thank for that. They've been hot from all over the floor tonight. And we'll be right back after this. And let's go back to a terrific pass that we're calling tonight our State Farm assist of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the two-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or two when he needs to.
Yeah, well, he looked like a pass-first point guard on this assist. Incredible instinct to feel the play develop and set up the score.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. And on the floor for the Clippers here in the fourth, they've got Benedict Mathurin. Jones is out there with Kawhi Leonard. Then it's Brook Lopez, and it's Dunn in at the point guard. Pass to Mathurin. Jackson against Leonard. There's the drive. Oh, that was something else.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, here he comes, and there he goes.
Oh, look at him punish that rim.
Easy to see the kind of impact George is going to have in this league. Already so productive.
Leonard with no one around. And again, the Clippers good for two.
I love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
Here's Dunn. Off target from three-point range. Right there, the defender clearly trying to inhibit a fast break. I think that's a transition take foul. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Clippers?
Timeout.
Well, they've been
Timeout.
absolutely on fire from deep. And until the defense offers more resistance, the coaches are going to keep encouraging them to let it fly.
And another place they're finding success is in transition. They've been working hard to get ahead of the defense and find those easy ones.
And Will Hardy is called timeout. And clearly an important juncture. He's going to have some choice words with his team. Jazz trail by 16. Here's George. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
An intriguing young talent. George's upside as a scorer is especially enticing.
And George drops them both.
Probably as close to a sure thing as you can have at the free throw line.
And here's Leonard from 3. The rebound by the Jazz. Kessler's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Lopez with the steal. On the wing, Mathurin. Fires from the corner, and he hits the jumper for 2. And the Clippers lead by 16.
And terrific to see Mathurin scoring like this. He's letting himself be more assertive on that end.
It's George on the wing. Dunn covering. Jackson missed on the 3.
Doesn't register as a block, but he did everything you want defending that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Outside Mathurin. Driving the lane, and there's the dunk.
And you see that extra gear with Mathurin gets him to the rim in a blink.
George looking over the floor, and stolen by Dunn. From outside, Bailey pulls it down.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
He drills the three.
Well, Jackson brings so much value with his ability to space the floor.
Now Jones. Puts it up. Buries the jumper.
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
Yeah, and at this point, the focus is take care of the ball, no needless fouls, and no threes.
And he's had an excellent performance overall from the field.
Knocks down the three.
Such a smart offensive player. Leonard understands when to rise up there off the dribble.
And so the ball goes out of bounds. Lopez touched it last. Here's George. Here's Bailey. And it's out of bounds. Utah able to retain possession here.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for the Clippers.
And it may be a comfortable win for him, but, you know, they had to weather a few storms along the way, and that's all part of the story.
Yeah, Kevin, this was by no means the runaway that it might appear to be. It was a scrappy performance, though, all the way through.
And, you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Leonard.
Well, offensively, they needed him to be aggressive, and he delivered. What a game.
Oh, emphatic. And good to see Mathurin getting aggressive and finishing there with some force.
Dunn kicks to Leonard. And the rejection by Jackson. Pass to Kessler. There's 47 seconds left in the game. Here's Bailey. No good with the triple. And here's Dunn. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Clippers. They lead by 20. That's the most we've seen. Up top, Mathurin. Guarded by Jackson. And wrestling for it there, but no one has possession. We'll have a jump ball. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Launches a three. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Now Leonard. Lopez left side. So the Clippers winning this one easily. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way
You for this front court matchup we have in front of us tonight. Two of the best in the game.
BA, I've had this one circled on my calendar for some time. The front court matchup is absolutely special. Two big-time guys.
And now the opening lineup for New York. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Shot is up. Second chance shot. Rebounded by Nurkic.
Boy, he had a clear look at it. Ooh, you hate to miss chippies like that.
And the dunk by Jackson.
And you have to admire the size and strength of Jackson Jr. Just fantastic work establishing himself inside and slamming it down.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Will Hardy. Well, right away, Coach shared his thoughts on Jalen Brunson. He said, quote, he's going to get hot. That's just a fact. But the moment that happens, we hope to trap him, double him, and throw water on that fire. There you have it. Sounds like Coach is hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst when it comes to Brunson. Back over to you, Brian.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. The Knicks have gone 0 for 3 from the floor to begin this one. Well, the painted area is really where Mitchell Robinson thrives, Doris.
BA, he might be the best offensive rebounder in the game, and his ability to do that helps teams win on the margins. He's also a menace on the defensive end, a massive presence at the rim.
Now here's George. 6 to shoot. Going inside. The Jazz need to get one up in a hurry. And here's Nurkic for 3. It's hauled in by Robinson. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the Knicks. Still without a basket in the game. It's tipped. And they go to the intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Here in the first quarter with about 2 minutes gone by. Shoots from the line. Good as the jump shot falls.
We know that the defense in today's NBA wants to take away the rim and the 3. Mr. Brunson says, I'll take that mid-range.
Now here's George. Puts up a 3. Sinks the tray.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
For New York, they've gone 1 of 5 to start things off. Robinson a screen on Jackson. Brunson passes to Bridges. From 13, basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson.
Well, with the high release point on Mikal Bridges' jumper, it's very hard to contest. Just a matter of being consistent now.
Here's George. And George with the jam.
Wow! Always fun to see point guards who can elevate above the rim like that.
Oh, a strong mindset and even stronger finish.
Boy, it's incredible how much explosive scoring ability can come from the lead guard position. That is a big-time play.
Real smooth, guys. Great job with the tip-in.
Those are the kind of plays on the offensive glass that can tell you a lot about a player. George in the post. Anunoby covering. Here's Bailey. And he goes in for the dunk.
Strong finish by Bailey. Here's a guy who wants to slam it.
Brunson surveys to the inside, and it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go. And it's the big fella, Carlos Boozer, in the house to watch his former team.
And you know, he played like a bull in the china shop and giving this team some inspiration to flex as well.
Got it.
What a confident stroke from Jalen Brunson. This guy doesn't have to dominate with the ball in his hands.
One of the most exciting teams in the league, Doris, the New York Knicks.
BA, there's a saying that the NBA is better when the New York Knicks are in the house and they are good. How about the resurgence over the last 5 years? They want to win now, and that rabid fan base is eating up all this success. Mitchell Robinson so quick off his feet. Good night.
To the middle. Robinson with a steal. And now the Knicks on the break. Here's McBride. George with the block. There's 42 seconds left to play in the first. Pass to Bailey. There's the drive. Clock at 6. Shot's good by Sensabaugh.
A guy like this, with the skill set he's got, you can keep the defenders guessing.
Brunson against Jackson. 18 feet out. And good. Got the friendly bounce off the right side of the rim. Brunson's got his third bucket of the night. And so it's George with it. He brings it up for the Utah Jazz. 4-point game. Here's Bailey. McBride covers. Off target at the rim. Well, offense is the order of the day as the first quarter comes to a close. Jazz out in... And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Jazz.
They've been really going at the defense in the painted area, and so far the opposition really hasn't had an answer for them.
And the other thing I love, how they're making the extra pass. They're not settling for the first shot. They're going from good to great.
So here are the 5 for New York as they start the second. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride. And it's Robinson in at the 5, roaming the paint.
Making sure of it with the two-hand slam, B.A.
Yeah, I don't blame him. With the score this tight, you cannot take a chance here. Here's Brunson, and the Knicks getting another bucket right there. Utah leading. Pass to Sensabaugh. Now Nurkic. Here's Sensabaugh. Nurkic, a screen on Brunson. Up top, Jackson. Here's Sensabaugh. He's guarded by Bridges. And they're pushing it up. The kick out to Brunson. The 3. 4-3. Brunson nails it. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for New York.
Well, their hands resulting in plenty of steals in the early going, keeping the opposition there off balance.
The other thing they've done a great job of so far is getting offense off of their defense, forcing turnovers, then quickly converting.
Here's Sensabaugh. Banked it in off the glass. Sensabaugh's got 5.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
From the high post. Here's McBride. No good from outside.
And that's exactly how tightly you have to guard him every time he steps to the arc. He's just that good.
Back to Nurkic. From deep three-point land. It's hauled in by Robinson. Robinson's got a rebound number 5 here tonight. Pass to Anunoby. The 3 is up. Yes. And a nice assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists tonight.
Nice job by OG Anunoby to be aggressive from distance.
Bailey, the pass to Nurkic. Now here's Jackson. And the dunk by Jackson.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is.
Boy, you have to love how Jalen Brunson orchestrates this offense. So good at getting the ball where it needs to be.
And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. And one thing you hear coaches say all the time, Doris, finish the cut.
The reason being, you have to let the passer know exactly what you're going to do. If you stop short, so often the ball ends up out of bounds.
Brunson against Jackson. Robinson, a screen on Jackson. Brunson passes to Robinson. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
And this, to me, is where Mitchell Robinson is comfortable operating. Because of the length and size, he can put pressure on defenders.
No good on the second free throw. For Utah, they've gone a terrific 4 of 5 here in the second quarter. Inside, here's Nurkic, and the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. It's going to go on Mitchell Robinson.
Well, you love the competitiveness you get nightly from Jusuf Nurkic. The other thing you love is commitment to team, willing to back up teammates.
Doris, while he's selective about it, Jusuf Nurkic has added a three-pointer to his game.
I think if you're a big in the modern NBA, you understand that your game is always about adapting to what's next. And listen, you have to be selective if you're just adding this element, but Jusuf Nurkic trying to evolve.
And you look at Brunson, listed at 6'2", you wouldn't think he'd be such a handful inside, Doris.
Handful might be an understatement, BA. He is a nightmare at the free throw line and down. Why? Because...
And they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the...
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
People were worried that this would slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
And it's New York with another.
We call that, folks, the stop and pop. Jalen Brunson with the pull-up J.
Pass to Sensabaugh. Nurkic, a screen on Brunson. Here's Sensabaugh. Utah with another miss.
We all know he's a good shooter, but from that distance, I don't think so.
Boy, we're seeing it more and more. Guys looking to create additional space by stepping back further from the line.
George for three. And another miss by Utah.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
Right, he stays connected, and great timing on the contest.
And they're building on their lead, doing whatever they can to blow this game open.
One of the things they're doing is identifying favorable matchups and then going at them.
Pass to Sensabaugh. A shot to stop the run. The Knicks pull it in.
Yeah, they just can't seem to end the drought no matter where they shoot it from.
And I think you can start to feel their frustration mounting. With every missed bucket, it becomes more and more desperate.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
And he's going to the line, and they want a second opinion on that call. The signal for...
The ruling on the floor
Challenge in
stands.
place. We've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. And so he makes both from the line. 7 seconds left in the first half. Outside Brunson. And the first half now in the books. It's the Knicks up by 10. And we'll be right back after halftime to get the third quarter underway. New York leading by 10. Bailey out there with Keontae George. Then it's Yusuf Nurkic. Then it's Jaren Jackson. And it's Sensabaugh in at the 3 spot. That's the 5 on the floor for the Jazz. Anunoby finds Brunson. There's a screen. Over Jackson. And it's New York with another.
Just good on-ball decision-making from Brunson right there. This guy a master in the pick and roll.
And the rise of Jalen Brunson has been fun to watch, Doris. No one saw him being this good.
I would count myself amongst those people, BA, and it's extraordinary. Jalen Brunson has proven highly effective, all league level effective, without having elite athleticism or size. And what that speaks to is his intelligence on the basketball floor. He has proven without those 2 qualities that you can be effective at the highest levels of the game. You have to admire it.
Pass to Sensabaugh. 6 to shoot from downtown. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Robinson's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Bridges outside. From outside the arc. Yes. And a nice assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 6 assists now in the game.
Making plays at both ends of the floor, and it shows up in the box score.
Well, what I love is the energy they're bringing right now. They're ignoring the scoreboard and playing hard.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
And it's Brunson missing. Jazz trail by 15. Here's Bailey. George outside. Lets it fly. The Knicks with the rebound. Robinson's got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Back to Brunson. Fires the 3. Fires in the triple. Brunson's got 31 points.
Yeah, simply stated, Jalen Brunson filling it up right now. There are no signs that he's slowing down anytime soon.
George, a deep 3. Knocks down the triple.
Both teams are starting to find a rhythm here.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling 3-point opportunities.
Counted from distance.
This guy won't give an inch. Brunson answers back with a 3 of his own. You've got to love it.
Boy, how about that pass? He put it right where it needed to be.
And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for New York. Fires away from way. Did he? He did!
From long range. Whoa!
How about that? George passes to Jackson. Anunoby against George. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over.
And something fans don't always get to see, some of the closely guarded secrets that happen in that huddle.
It's tough to hide your communications. Teams go to great lengths to try to do it, but sometimes to no avail.
Knicks leading by 19. Brunson with it. Jackson in his pocket. Anunoby, a screen on Jackson. Pass to Robinson. Rebounded by Nurkic. Nurkic has got 8 rebounds in the game. To the paint. With the putback. Kicks it to George. 3-pointer. Robinson with the block.
This guy's nose for the basketball, and his timing as a shot blocker is intimidating. Mitchell Robinson so quick off his feet.
Well orchestrated, and then the pass is right on the money.
Brunson against Jackson. And again, the Knicks missing.
Hey, sometimes the best looks don't equate to points.
And that one's good. Brunson. Brunson's got 40 points.
Wow, Jalen Brunson. My goodness, that was deep.
And Bailey gets it to go.
This is why perimeter defense is so critical. Everyone has a 3 they can drop on you.
And here's Brunson from the arc. And again, New York with the triple.
They are unconscious from outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? If you space the floor well enough, it's almost impossible for the defense to account for everyone.
And Nurkic throws it down.
That's just about size right there. Big Nurk, get up and get down.
Anunoby a screen on Jackson. And a deep three from Brunson. Rebounded by Bailey.
Yeah, and the defense really respects his shooting ability, and they showed it with that tight coverage.
He was all alone on that one. George has got 17 points.
This is why you select Keontae George. This guy is very capable of huge offensive nights.
And here's Brunson from the arc. Rebounded by Bailey. Here's Sensabaugh. Goes up on the baseline. It's good! It's good at the buzzer! Wow! And so it's New York in a good situation, up by 13 points to close the quarter. Building this lead up in large part because of how well they're shooting it. We'll be right back. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. On the court right now for the Knicks. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the center position, locking down the middle. Pass to Sensabaugh. Over Brunson. And the Jazz tack on 2 more.
This has been the story of the game, a battle fought on offense.
And it is a major disadvantage down the stretch if you can't guard. This may just come down to who has the ball last.
Brunson with the bucket.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
Down low. It's stolen by Nurkic. George scanning the floor. Pass to Nurkic. George against Brunson. Back to Nurkic. Lets the 3 fly. It's good. Set up beautifully by George. George has got 9 assists now tonight. Robinson a screen on Jackson. Brunson with it. Jackson in his pocket. Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point. And we've got a timeout called by Will Hardy. He was quite emphatic, demanding the timeout, clearly wanting to address strategy with his team. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Over that last break, I got a chance to hear what Will Hardy said to the team. He said to them, quote, "We've worked hard to come back. We have them on the ropes, but we have yet to land the knockout blow. We'll see if they can." Back to you.
Thanks for that, Allie. And he comes up with a bucket.
Just a gutsy play by George inside, finding the close-range look.
Jackson against Brunson. Now Robinson. Outside McBride. Now Robinson. It's stolen by Nurkic. Jackson. Oh, the baby hook. Nice.
Terrific energy at both ends to sustain this run.
They found their composure on both ends of the floor, and that is what triggered this run.
Buries it from outside.
One of the things you love about Jalen Brunson, he takes quality shots. How about that look from 3?
Anunoby against George. Driving to the basket. Banks it home. Big shot.
Keontae George steps in at a big-time moment. That's a huge basket.
Outside Brunson. He fires. And again.
My goodness, 50 for the game.
Just putting on a show. It's George on the drive, and he slams it down.
Seeing the opening, George does not hesitate. I mean, just a great move.
Brunson against Jackson. Robinson, a screen on Jackson. Brunson, again! What an avalanche!
That's 52 points for him.
Making it all look too easy right now. Yes, sir! Bank it in the layup.
There isn't a lot that Keontae George can't do on the offensive end. You want him to drive to the cup? No problem.
Brunson against Jackson. Now Robinson. Oh, he can't get the layup. 1:10 left in the fourth quarter of this one. George. Oh, putting in work inside.
And just muscling it in. George, very aggressive.
Jackson against Brunson. Robinson, a screen on Jackson.
You want the ball to find its way into Brunson's hands in these big-time moments. He relishes the opportunity.
George. Oh, what a jam! Holding nothing back.
And you have to love it. The floor general taking things into his own hands.
Just the aggression they're looking for, man.
Boy, and not just the aggression, the ability to get to the rim, but how about the finish with intention? Oh.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
Moments like this speak to Bailey's level of confidence. This rookie doesn't back down from the spotlight at all.
Anunoby, a screen on Jackson. Brunson against Jackson. Outside Anunoby. Oh, no good on the dunk.
Oh, an easy look, but he decides to be a crowd pleaser. I'm sure he's upset for attempting that one.
Outside George. Nails it.
He's been shooting with great consistency tonight. Love to see that confident play on offense.
Here we go.
It'll be the Knicks off the tip. So the New York starting five, the two forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Jalen Brunson out there with Miles McBride. And it's Robinson in at the 5 down low.
A deep shot there by Brunson. You got to admire how confident that young man is.
Clark, how about the spark Jalen Brunson has brought to these Knicks?
Yeah, I tell you, I didn't see it coming in terms of how good Jalen Brunson has been, Kevin. I mean, I knew he was great in college, and I knew he would be a good pro, but to be kind of a franchise player, that's more than I expected. Playoff runs in all 3 years for Brunson in New York. Boy, he's given the franchise a jolt for sure, and he's a joy to watch.
And already Mathurin has a pretty dynamic drive, but getting the drop on the defense all season won't be easy.
Robinson a screen on Jones. It's stolen by Jones. Here he goes. And it's Jones finishing it off.
Wow, we are going to remember that one for a while.
I know I will, Greg. That was special. That was really special.
A circus dunk for you right there, guys.
And Brunson more than comfortable shooting the three, and boy, is he efficient when he lets it fly.
Here's Mathurin, and he takes that one up and powers it through.
Ooh, just powered it down with both hands. You know he's not going to mess that one up.
Oh, no, not this fella. He is a superb finisher.
Yeah, near the hoop, he's an absolute monster.
Brunson doesn't need a lot of space to get his shot off. He has the ultimate confidence in that jumper.
Here's Mathurin, and there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
My goodness, he is such a great dunker.
Greg, a high riser, no doubt about it.
Nothing surprising about that, guys. We've come to expect plays like that from him, and still, they never get old.
The high post shot, and the shot is good, dropping in off the front of the rim.
Poor design there defensively. They know he's a knockdown shooter from that spot.
And you do not want to let him get going early because that can get you cooked.
Lopez sets a screen for Jones. Lopez kicks to Jones. From about 19 feet, Robinson pulls it in.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that one.
And there's the whistle. That goes on Chris Dunn. That is his first foul of the game. First quarter of basketball, just over 2.5 minutes play. Clippers trail by 4. And this has got to be, Clark, one of the best offenses in Knicks franchise history.
Yeah, you look at the two-man game between Brunson and Town, Kevin, and it's virtually unstoppable. And they've got the defenders to hold up at the other end as well. This is a rock-solid crew.
And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense. The Clippers shooting their first free throw of the night. And the technical free throw is good.
You know, when you talk Kawhi Leonard, you start with his defense, and I don't know if there's a better wing defender around.
Lopez sets a screen for Mathurin. It's good. This game is all even. Mathurin's got 9.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
And here's Brunson outside. 1:44 left here in the opening quarter. And there's the foul. It's on Jalen Brunson. That's his first foul. There's 1:40 left to play in the first. And they take the lead.
Part of Brook Lopez's value is his ability to space the floor, especially as a big guy.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. To the middle, and they get it, and Robinson throws it down hard.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
And Mathurin has got the ball here for Los Angeles. Outside Leonard. Jones with the screen on Anunoby. Lopez finds Dunn. Just 5 to shoot. It's tipped, and that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges.
Yeah, gets a finger on it, but just can't quite come up with the steal.
Clearly a careless pass. He got away with one there.
2 on the clock. Here's Leonard. Again, Los Angeles.
I like Leonard's shot right there. He's very comfortable from that distance.
Knicks trail by 3. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And the dunk by Robinson.
He's used to sharing the love. Exceptional timing on that pass.
Mathurin attacking. No good on that one. Excellent D that time from Robinson. Brunson the pass to Robinson. Back to Brunson. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And the dunk by Robinson.
And the way that Brunson is just so calm in the pick and roll, boy, he is smooth.
Outside Mathurin. 15 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Dunn outside. Jones sets the pick for Dunn. From outside the arc, and Jones gets it to go in on the assist from Dunn. Jones has got 5 points so far. Well, it's been a high-scoring competitive game through the first quarter of play. Clippers some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Los Angeles.
Well, they haven't wasted any time getting into a groove from deep, putting up and hitting a healthy amount of three-pointers thus far.
In addition to that, how about the mid-range action we've seen from this group? Utilizing the jump shot to get them started in the right manner in this one.
Here are the 5 New York has to start here in the second. The 2 forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the 5 spot. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That is his first foul of the game. And Greg, is a former point guard in this league, give us your top floor generals of all time. The guys that could direct the floor and could control a game.
Wow, if we're talking traditional point guards, I mean, I gotta go Magic, Isaiah, CP3's in that conversation, Jason Kidd, but I've got a separate list for that hybrid point guard, right? Which that includes guys like Steph and Iverson, West, and the great Oscar Robertson.
Lopez outside. Here's the 3. That's good, and it's Leonard with the assist. Leonard's got 3 assists in the game. Brunson kicks to Anunoby. Brunson against Jones. Back to Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
And way to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket guy still shaking.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hander.
Mathurin for 3. And again, Los Angeles with the triple.
A young guy who is ready to attack. Mathurin gets the ball and goes straight into his shot.
Lopez with the steal. Jones dishes to Leonard. Pass to Lopez. And Lopez throws it down.
And this offense is in a perfect rhythm, and you can see how they're finishing their plays.
Boy, this is borderline ridiculous. I mean, every single attempt finding the bottom of the bucket.
Brunson against Lopez. Brunson, no good.
That's the kind of D you need when he's got the ball near the hoop. They were all over him.
Lopez passes to Leonard. And Jones has it in the corner. 4 on the clock. Over Robinson. Jones, no luck.
Well, the defense refusing to give up anything easy. Love seeing that kind of intensity.
There's some defense for you. For someone who's as good at shooting the 3-ball as he is, you need a defender who's equally good at guarding against it.
The ferocity inside by Leonard.
You know, a little bit of contact will not bother Leonard at all. I mean, he's so strong as a player. It's part of the deal for him.
And here's Brunson outside. That's good. He's 5 for 9.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. And with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one.
Well, I think he did plenty of damage nonetheless. I mean, it was only with one hand, but he still threw that down pretty hard.
From 20 feet out, the shot misses. Good work defensively by Jones. And it's the Clippers' ball. They're on a 16-7 run. Here's Mathurin, defended by McBride. There's Lopez, and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It's on Mitchell Robinson.
The up fake from Lopez working to perfection.
Brook Lopez hits them both.
Well, he's come through for them at the line today, and you love having a big fella who's so capable on his free throw.
Brunson with another miss.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Mathurin against Brunson. Inside. And Jones with the stuff.
Give them credit. Offensively, they've been the more efficient team.
Well, you know, it's been all high-percentage shots for them so far. I mean, just the kind of execution you want in the first half.
They grab their own miss. Here's McBride. It's the three-point bomb. McBride's got his second bucket tonight.
Nifty move, kicking that ball outside as the defense tries to collapse.
Here's Mathurin. Takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam.
Really piling on the lead with a dunk like that.
That is really good work there on the offensive glass.
And so it's Los Angeles, enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. And we'll see if they can keep up their tremendous shooting. They've been dialed in, so terrific stuff, Allie. Thank you so much. And we'll be back for the third quarter right after this halftime break. Clippers leading by 12. Filling the perimeter slots are Dunn and Leonard. Derek Jones is out there with Brook Lopez. And it's Mathurin in at the 1. That's who's out there for the Clippers.
Lopez is really dangerous as a shooter if you give him space to catch and then shoot.
Brunson off the dribble. And the layup's good off the glass. Brunson's got 15.
It's a great move, and he catches the defense completely off guard.
Yeah, if that's a harbinger of things to come, he's looking at having a very big second half.
Just Mr. Reliable again here today, Kevin. I mean, they need his points, and he's producing.
To the inside, Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
He's doing his best to carry him, fellas, but he can only do so much. things would be different for them if he was getting a little more help.
And how about breaking out the Statue of Liberty on that dunk?
A nice way to pad that lead a little more. You're right.
Yes, indeedy. Well done.
Stolen by Jones. Here in this third quarter, just over a minute play. Hits it from three-point range. 10 points for him.
Just another place you have to take Leonard seriously. He's so capable from the outside.
Here's Robinson, out to Brunson. Robinson a screen on Jones. Brunson, that's a two-pointer. Here's Robinson, and Robinson throws it down.
And that's a huge play. I mean, they need more like it because second chance points are going to be key in this game.
Probably so. That's usually a crucial element to any comeback.
Yeah, and if you look at it, had they been converting those second chances all along instead of waiting until now, who knows?
And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That'll be his second foul of the game. Mathurin finds Lopez. Back to Mathurin. 6 on the shot clock. Takes the three. Robinson pulls it in. And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. Clark, one thing about Mitchell Robinson, he has got great rim protection, rebounding, and a nice sense on the floor of what to do.
Yeah, he's a big guy that really wreaks havoc on the glass. I mean, his size, jumping ability, and timing, along with his nose for the ball, forget about trying to keep him off the glass. He's getting offensive rebounds, and he's an excellent finisher rolling out of picks for the lob.
Leonard kicks to Dunn. Robinson with the block. And is out of bounds to the Clippers as the Clippers retain possession. And so Mike Brown calls a timeout. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. Just 3 to shoot. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. Brunson against Jones. And there's the call on Jones. That is his first foul of the game. Here's Brunson. 15 points in the game.
Well, he won't miss many of those, not when he gets a good look like that.
Done against Brunson. Kicks it out to Jones. Down low. And the dunk by Lopez.
Chalk that up. Lopez won't miss many of those.
Knicks trail by 15. Robinson a screen on Jones. Brunson fires from way outside, from beyond the arc, and then some. Brunson's got 18 points.
You can't say enough about his individual performance. I don't think you can overstate it. I mean, even if the all-around team effort's been lacking, this guy's been on top of things.
Second half here. We're just over 3.5 minutes into it. Pass to Robinson, and Robinson throws it down.
And you can tell this is a priority for Brunson. He wants everyone involved.
Outside Mathurin. The kick out to Lopez. Bridges against Jones. Shot clock at 5. A baseline J. Knicks with the rebound. .46 seconds left in the third. And the foul called on Kawhi Leonard. That is his first foul of the game. Brunson against Jones. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson to the paint and finished off by Robinson.
The adjustments they've made offensively, they're putting guys in a position now to succeed.
It's certainly been an impressive run. They finally found the right formula to break down the defense.
Yeah, just solid work on the back end of that play.
Yep, you're right. Finished hard with two hands on that stuff.
Yeah, highly efficient. Nothing extra special there. Just effective.
And just a step ahead of the D in that possession there, making the pass. Nice assist.
Mathurin passes to Jones. Lopez sets a screen for Jones. Inside, stolen by Robinson. And so it's Los Angeles in the driver's seat, up 8 points at the end of the quarter. The fourth quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. Knicks trail by 8, and on the floor for New York here in the fourth. The two forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Jalen Brunson out there with Miles McBride. And it's Robinson in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Pass to Lopez. Another shot. Robinson with the block. Brunson scanning the floor. And that one drops. Brunson's got the fourth quarter started here with a bucket for the Knicks. To the inside. And Lopez throws it down.
These are the games that you love from Lopez. He's looking fantastic out there.
Brunson with it. Leonard picks him up. Here's Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
And no doubt they'd love to see him get a lot more of those opportunities.
And that deficit will go away quickly if he does, Greg.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand hole punch.
Fades and shoots. Misses off the left iron.
Poor defense for sure, but the offense was worse.
Brunson carving out space inside.
Playing bigger than he looks. Brunson has a lot of heart.
Mathurin against Bridges. Mathurin attacking. It's rebounded by Brunson. Knicks trail by 4. Pass to Robinson. Anunoby left side. Good on the three-point shot. Anunoby's got 5 points in the quarter.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch. And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points.
Hey, guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
And Mike Brown decides to call timeout. It's a chance for them to regroup and refocus. And let's go to the sideline. Here's Allen.
Mike Brown was just reviewing the plan with his team. First and foremost, he wants to see more points on the break. He asked his team, where's the urgency? We know what we can do in transition. Now let's go out and do it. We'll see if they can pick up the tempo, guys.
And as always, Allie, great job. Thank you.
And this is the game plan for him. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And you know what? It's all about the long distance game for him tonight. He's getting it done from out there.
Here's Mathurin. Lopez, a screen on Bridges. Mathurin, no problem with the wide open jam.
What a motor. Mathurin can go all night, and he has. What a performance.
Jalen Brunson, there's the jumper. Nice one.
And he lives for the moment. Brunson playing his best during crunch time.
Mathurin attacking. Here's Leonard. Shot clock at 6. And Kawhi drives.
Showing no hesitation, and in a huge moment, Kawhi wants the ball when they need a bucket.
Jones against Brunson. There's a minute 47 left in the fourth quarter.
Look, when the defense leaves the mid-range open like that, you got to punish them, or they'll keep letting you shoot it.
An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg? I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
Lopez sets a screen for Leonard. Nails the jumper.
They want the ball in his hands when the situation calls for it.
Knicks trail by 4. Brunson outside. The three is off.
Really hard to stay competitive when you're taking low percentage shots.
Outside Matherin. Outside Lopez. Wrestlers a three. It's good.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Guys, when you're this hot, it's elementary. Let it fly. Keep staying at it.
Now Brunson. Here's the shot. Now here's Bridges. Outside Brunson. 6 to shoot. Here's Bridges. And stolen by Leonard. 40 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. So the first one drops, and that stretches their lead to 8. So it gets them both, and it's a 9-point ball game here.
Making all of those. Putting this game in the refrigerator.
Here we've got Brunson. Anunoby is screen on Jones. Now Anunoby. A great pass leads him right to the rack. There's 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Well, for the Clippers, they can just run out the clock. Now Matherin. So the Clippers with the win. It was a fantastic ball game, and they did a great job making sure it didn't get away. As always, Allie, we appreciate it. And that about wraps it up.
Game, Grant. Is it fair to say this feels like it should be a blowout?
Well, on paper, that would be the assumption. But, B.A., this is why we play the games. Anything can happen, and any team can pull off an upset.
The starters for Utah. We've got Walker Kessler, George out there with Bailey. Then it's Jaren Jackson. And it's Sensabaugh in at the small forward position.
Yeah, the level of creativity Leonard has is just special. He's capable of some really memorable throwdowns.
Here's Bailey, defended by Jones. Oh, a rim-rattling two-handed jam!
And slammed that thing through.
A nasty two-hander. Pass to Lopez. The three ball. It's rebounded by George. Here's Sensabaugh. Jackson outside. George left side. Now here's Kessler. Back to George. 4 on the clock. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
And he's a crafty scorer for a young player. George is always going to find the gaps in the defense.
And it's Mathurin missing.
And it didn't register as an official block, but he did everything you want in disrupting that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
Now here's Leonard. Pass to Lopez. Now here's Leonard. Back to Lopez. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. That one on Kessler.
And the key for Lopez is getting established positioning. Once this happens, the D has to foul him.
And Lopez drops them both.
Well, you see why teams try to avoid fouling him. You're basically giving away points.
Here's Bailey. And that one is stuffed right through.
A big-time slam right there by Bailey. You know, good to see this young man play with such authority.
Mathurin passes to Jones. Dunn outside. Pass to Mathurin. And it's blocked by Kessler.
Oh, big Walker Kessler. That is how you use your size.
And the call is going to be, yes, an illegal screen.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Look, you can get away with a lot in terms of screens today. But you can't make it that obvious.
Leonard against Jackson. Leonard inside. Ooh, and Leonard throws it down.
Some serious intensity from Leonard, driving in with a purpose and slamming it down.
Mathurin with a steal. Jones finds Lopez. And in the first quarter, about 3 minutes played. And he misses the go-ahead basket. For Utah, they've gone 3 of 4, off to a nice start. And Chris Dunn gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. We've got 1:55 left to play in the first quarter. Here's Kessler. Played it in with a nice touch off the window.
Well, you know, this is where Kessler mostly looks to score. Great work inside.
Three-pointer Mathurin. Kessler with a rebound. Kessler's got his 4th rebound in this one. To the inside. Pass to Sensabaugh. Jackson with a screen on Mathurin. Kicks it out to Jackson. Good work defensively by Lopez.
Well, give credit to the defense for cutting him off. Normally, that'd be easy points for him at the rim.
And what you like about Mathurin, he brings the energy.
Here's Bailey. Back to George. And 1:01 left in the opening quarter. 6 on the shot clock. Back to Jackson. And stolen by Leonard. Here's Matherin. Again, Los Angeles.
And you got to be right up on Matherin, especially when he's roaming around the mid-range.
Lopez passes to Matherin. 35 seconds left in the opening quarter.
Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
How about the anticipation right there that led to the steal? Then he goes straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for. Putting that pass right in his stride, didn't have to slow up, and was able to complete the play.
Leonard for three. Rebounded by the Jazz. Here's Bailey. And it's thrown down hard with both hands.
With two hands on the rock, he powers it through.
Totally in control, protecting the ball the whole way. Matherin misses from short range.
It seemed like he changed his mind during the layup, tried to pull off another shot, and choked.
It's all tied in Los Angeles. And we'll be back in just a minute with the start of the second quarter. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even on the scoreboard so far. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from the Clippers guys.
Defensively, their gambles are paying off, jumping passing lanes and pressuring ball handlers.
Yeah, turning defense into offense, getting out in the open floor. This is exactly what they wanted.
So the Utah 5 right now. We've got Keontae George, Jackson out there with Walker Kessler. Then it's Bailey, and it's Sensabaugh in at the small forward position. And Chris Dunn gets the whistle that time. That'll be a second foul of the game. Here's Sensabaugh. He's covered by Matherin. Driving inside. Sensabaugh, no good. Oh, deflected. Now Lopez. And they call the 8-second violation. Too much time getting it up court. Now here's George. Defense right on him. Pass to Kessler. Tipped away. Utah moving the ball around. Here's Bailey. Defended by Jones. Shot clock at 6. And the bucket is good. Bailey's got 8.
Well, he's so potent offensively. It's easy to draw up plays for him.
Here's Leonard. Leonard spikes it down.
Oh, the slam from Leonard. Love watching him finish with force.
And the jam by George.
Oh, my. That's why we have those breakaway rims.
Dude, he risked pulling the whole thing down to the floor right there. That's too easy for Leonard. And you might think the toughest picks are set by the bruisers. But some say the shooters actually set the best screens. Why is that?
Well, the guy guarding a shooter doesn't want to leave their side. So when they screen you, you get no help.
Well, Jackson Jr. is an athlete, a big man with some big-time hops.
Leonard's got room. Again, Los Angeles.
Well, there you go, finding the best look they could.
For Utah, they've gotten 3 of 4 field goals in the second quarter. Bailey, the pass to George. From deep. Matherin with a rebound. And here's Matherin. He'll bring it up for the LA Clippers. Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Lopez finds Matherin. Off the mark there with a 3. Utah trailing here. Here's Bailey. Jackson outside. Here's George. No luck on that one. For Los Angeles, they've gone a terrific 4 of 5 here in the second quarter. Outside Matherin. Looking to end this cold spell. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Yeah, this is how impactful Matherin can be in close. He loves jamming it home.
And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. I think right now he might be looking at some adjustments. Jazz trail by 4. Pass to Sensabaugh. Now Kessler, covered by Lopez. Here's Bailey. Give him 8. Jones with the block. Matherin against George. And here's Jones. Stolen by Kessler. A minute 29 left in the second quarter. Back to Jackson. Pass to Bailey. Driving in. And down it goes. 2 points.
And a play like this has to make you excited for Bailey's future. If he's able to add more muscle, he's going to be tough to contain.
And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for the Clippers.
Well, you know, the analytics guys would tell you a team shouldn't be taking this many mid-range shots, but clearly they're shooting them with confidence.
And what's more, they're getting their feet wet down there in the paint early on. Not shying away at all, taking it inside. What a great way to start.
Offensive rebound. Now here's Matherin. Tight defense on him. Out to Leonard. Just 5 to shoot. Shoots over Jackson. Rebounded by the Jazz.
Well, you can't play better defense than that, patrolling that mid-range area.
Kessler a screen. Uses the glass on the layup. George has gotten 4 this quarter.
Just a gutsy play by George inside, finding the close range look.
Here's Leonard. And the dunk by Leonard.
Once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. And finished off by Kessler.
Well, what I love about Walker Kessler, he's a 7-footer who plays like a 7-footer.
Here's Leonard. Leonard goes back up. Pass to Lopez. Stolen by Kessler. These teams just feeling each other out.
Yeah, I love the spirit out there. Already 6 lead exchanges.
And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. It's Los Angeles leading by a point. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Performance.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
Kawhi is the 3 with Jones playing the 4. Benedict Matherin is out there with Chris Dunn. And it's Lopez in at the center, filling out the middle. That's who's out there for the Clippers. George drives in.
Seeing the opening, George does not hesitate. I mean, just a great move.
Leonard right side. Outside Matherin. Deflects the pass. Here's Sensabaugh. Still no points. Floats one up. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
And that's gotta hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
A sequence like that really does sting. I'll tell you that much.
Now here's Leonard. 12 points for him. Here's Lopez. Utah grabs the miss. Kessler's got 7 rebounds in the game. Bailey, the pass to Jackson. To the paint. And finished off by Kessler.
He's just an aggressive finisher there inside.
Hey, when you got bounce like that, you feel like you can take on anybody. Now here's Matherin. Give him 8. Third quarter of basketball. We're about a minute and a half in. Jazz leading by 5. Wow, potent offense. It's been fun to watch.
Just aggressive and effective, taking it right to the defense. They're really settling into a nice rhythm now, starting to gain the upper hand.
Yeah, you're seeing their offense in a flow. Now it's time for their defense to turn up the heat a little more.
Here's Bailey. Dunks it hard with one hand. Wow, he makes it look easy.
Yeah, this is how impactful Bailey can be. When he's cooking on offense, there's not a lot you can do to stop him. They are really struggling to stop this run.
Well, this is a spot where you have to be able to go to your leaders. They need to step up and make a play to turn things around.
This game's taken on a whole new look thanks to this run.
Yeah, but we know momentum can flip the other direction very quickly. You can't get complacent now. They'll probably hear about that shot selection when he gets back to the bench. Maybe not their best option there.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
Okay, so are dynasties a thing of the past? Well, Commissioner Adam Silver said, I'm fine with dynasties and I'm fine with new teams emerging every year. What the fans want to see is great competition. As long as teams are emerging through great management, let the results happen however they play out. Back over to you.
Well, you just want a fair fight. All right, Allie, thank you.
That's just terrifying coming down the lane. I mean, when Leonard is attacking with ferocity, man, the D has to foul.
And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Darius Garland, he's checked in for Matherin. On offense, here's Utah. They've got a 13-2 run going. And finished off by Kessler.
Yeah, every coach wants assisted buckets. Guys like George, they move the ball.
Right side Garland. There's the 3. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. It's stolen by Leonard. Ooh, and Leonard throws it down.
Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
How about the anticipation right there that led to the steal? Then he goes straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. You must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
Now here's Jackson. 12-point lead, their biggest of the game. There's a minute 12 left in the third. Clock at 6. Kessler a screen. George for 3. Good. 8 buckets in 12 attempts.
Easy to see the kind of impact George is going to have in this league. Already so productive.
Again, the miss by Leonard.
Well, you like the competitive mindset there, trying to answer right back. It just didn't fall.
To the middle. Yes, and a nice assist from Garland. Leonard's got 18 points in the game.
Oh, a fantastic score. Kawhi can put a barrage of points up quick.
Here's Sensabaugh, guarded by Garland. Back to George. Pass to Jackson. Puts it up from 17. Boy, clanks that one off the back iron and it falls. George has got 20 points.
Nice looking mid-range shot by George. Such an aggressive scorer.
And the shot is good by Garland.
Well, the efficiency is there, but not the volume. He needs to start doing this every trip down the floor to close the gap.
Jackson with a screen on Garland. Drops in the three. Sensabaugh's gotten his second bucket on the night.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
Jackson, he got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. Well, through 3 quarters of play, and there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. So the Utah 5 right now. We've got Jaren Jackson, Keontae George out there with Bailey. Then it's Walker Kessler, and it's Sensabaugh in at the 3, the small forward. Now here's Garland. Missed inside. Here's Sensabaugh, guarded by Garland. George outside. Kessler a screen. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. George has got assist number 5 here tonight.
Just right through him. Kessler not slowing up.
Doesn't have to break his momentum at all to catch the pass.
Utah leading by 16. Pass to Kessler. Here's Sensabaugh, guarded by Garland. George outside from behind the arc. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Lopez has got his 6th rebound on the night. And Leonard, here we go. Garland with the ball. Jackson in his pocket. Garland against Jackson. Right side Garland. Count the basket.
And defensively, that's just not going to cut it.
And a little over a minute and a half gone by in the 4th. Knocks down the long J.
Well, modern-day big men can hit threes and guard multiple positions. That's Jaren Jackson.
Jackson against Garland. Leonard up top. Now Lopez. Great awareness to beat the clock.
Well, you love the unselfishness. Makes the next pass and enables his team to capitalize on the possession.
Now Kessler. All sorts of time. And he buries the jumper.
Wow, we get a rare glimpse at a Kessler jump shot. Must be working on it.
Now Lopez. Lopez, the screen. Kessler with a rebound.
Yeah, well, that's a shot the defense is probably going to let him keep taking.
Outside George. From downtown. He's got another one. That's 10 for 15 now.
And there's a nice rhythm to his three-point shot. You know, George has a confident stroke.
Garland, no good. Utah leading by 20. And Kawhi Leonard gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game. Jackson finds Kessler. And the 3 off target. And so Garland will bring it up for the LA Clippers. And there's the drive. Book it! George with it. From way back. Oh, wow!
Whoa.
He drills it from deep.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that might be the craziest shot I've seen. No rhyme or reason whatsoever.
Utah has gone 3 of 6 from downtown so far in the 4th. George against Garland. It's stolen by Garland.
And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission, and you can bag up this win for the Jazz.
It was stop and go for them along the way, but they finally seized full control of this game.
BA, the scoreboard definitely doesn't tell the whole story. They were able to pull things together when things got tough, and of course, they closed strong.
And what a huge performance it was for Keontae George.
Well, we saw some exceptional passes from him tonight. His vision did a lot to elevate their offense. Unselfish basketball. That's what coaches love to see.
George scanning the floor. There's 49 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And stolen by Leonard. Here's Jones. Oh, a gorgeous feed. He hammered it down. George outside and out of bounds. Los Angeles will have it. Here's Garland. 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Jones with a screen on Jackson. Now it's Jones. And he powers it down, one-handed.
And there is very little ego to Garland's game. He wants to get other guys looks and opportunities.
16 seconds left in the fourth. And here's George. 6 to shoot. The long three. So we see the Jazz taking the W here. Exceptional effort on the road. They were ready and they were focused.
Focused indeed. I mean, it takes a strong mental approach to block out the distractions. These guys stepped up 100.
Game looks one-sided, GA, but you never know in the NBA, do you? As they say, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, just so much talent in the league. If one or two guys get hot, this could end up being an upset. The difference between good teams and bad is razor thin.
The starters for the Utah Jazz. We've got Jusuf Nurkic, George out there with Bailey. Then there's Jaren Jackson. And it's Sensabaugh in at the 3.
Oh, don't you love the confidence Jusuf Nurkic has? Normally, guys, he's setting a screen or trying to open teammates. This time it's a little catch and shoot.
Now here's Brunson. Good on the triple.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
Shot's good by Sensabaugh.
Boy, when this guy has got his rhythm, he can be tough to guard.
And now let's send it over to our courtside reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, Mike Brown had a few moments to share with me. He's focused on Jaren Jackson Jr. tonight, always a big problem for opponents. Coach told me Triple J does the two things we all want, hit threes and block shots. He's won a Defensive Player of the Year, so we're talking about one of the toughest guys to game plan for because he's really good at both ends. Guys, back to you.
All right, Allie, thank you for that. Here's George. Jalen Brunson picking up that last basket.
And he is a huge presence inside at both ends. Jackson's a great asset to have in the post.
Now here's Brunson. He has 5. And the dunk by Robinson.
Oh, it's exactly how you lead someone with the pass. Beautifully done.
And Doris, you see the talent on this Knicks squad, but there's always been questions about the intangibles they possess.
What's fascinating, Kevin, is this team built slowly and methodically and with great patience. And then they took a couple of big swings. It doesn't result in a championship, and now you evaluate everything.
And the Knicks with possession here. Following the 3 from Nurkic. And McBride gets it to go.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
Yeah, you won't see him miss many dunks unless you've got somebody right in his face, as was the case there on that possession.
Utah's gone 2 of 2 from three-point range here in the first quarter. Pass to Nurkic. George looking over the floor. 6 on the shot clock. Robinson pulls it in.
Nothing more important than protecting the rim, folks, and that's exactly what they get.
Here's Brunson. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Brunson's got 7.
Yeah, don't let Brunson's size fool you. This guy operates consistently on the interior.
And he drives in. Pass to Sensabaugh. The shot from the low post is good. Sensabaugh's got his second basket of the game.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
In transition, here come the Jazz. Nobody near Nurkic. Hits the jumper in space. He's got 9.
Every team wants bigs who can knock it down from distance. Yes, sir.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Jazz leading by 3. Outside, George. There's 49 seconds left to play here in the first. Puts up a 3. Sensabaugh, no good. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. Anunoby passes to Robinson. And the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason. I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
And the dunk by Robinson.
Yeah, good awareness by Mitchell Robinson. Reads the coverage and capitalizes as a roller.
6-second difference between the shot and game clock. Jackson a screen on Anunoby. And George, here we go. Pass to Bailey. Stolen by Brunson. Here's McBride. And it's good off the back of the rim and in. McBride's got 5.
With his skill from the mid-range area, that's money.
Now here's Nurkic over Robinson. And Nurkic, the bucket on the assist by George. George has got assist number 5 here tonight. Here's Bridges. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. Yusuf Nurkic has been on display for the Utah Jazz. And we hope you're enjoying the game. Both teams tonight keeping things pretty even so far on the scoreboard. What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Jazz?
They've looked to fire as much as possible from outside the arc, and so far they are hitting at a high clip.
Yeah, and in addition, their ball movement has really unleashed their offense. Boy, they've been fun to watch.
The 2 forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the center. They're the group New York will start the second with. And so here is New York after the basket by Utah. Brunson against Jackson. Down low. Back to Brunson. Just 5 on the clock. He takes it in. Good, and the assist goes to Robinson. 9 points here for Jalen Brunson.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight. Neither team giving an inch.
And right now you love the chess match, right? The ability of each side to adjust to what the other is doing.
And Jackson gets it to go.
Oh, quick thinking from Jackson. When he's rising and firing fast, you know he's in the zone.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Tries again. Robinson kicks to Anunoby. Back to Robinson. And then Robinson slams it in.
The athleticism of Mitchell Robinson is something to behold.
And now approaching 2 minutes of action here in the second quarter. George passes to Bailey. Lays it up off the glass. Bailey's got his first points of the game.
Yeah, and there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jaren Jackson. That is his first foul of the game.
And really, these are some of the toughest calls an official has to make.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's going to take a minute here to get things straightened out. And back in the day, guys like Bird and Magic competed for championships as rookies. But Doris, we haven't seen that in a while.
Kev, you have to remember, Larry Bird was drafted in unique circumstances. He was drafted a full year before he left college. And for both Larry and Magic, they joined talented veteran teams. That would be like the Celtics or Warriors drafting Wemby. It would be the exact same story. You know this about OG Anunoby. This guy's going to give you tremendous effort nightly. Really good job on the glass.
And George kicks to Nurkic. That 3 off the mark. The Knicks have gone 4 of 6 from the field here in the second. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
Here in the second quarter, we've played a little over 2.5 minutes now. And Ace Bailey picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. Jackson against Brunson. Brunson takes off, and he gets it to go. Brunson's got the lead up to 2 now for the Knicks.
If Brunson sees any daylight, he's going to attack. Did just that on the drive.
Pass to Nurkic. Here's Sensabaugh. Brunson covering, shoots, and Utah again with the bucket. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. Here's Anunoby into the lane.
Oh, give it to him at the rim, OG Anunoby. That's power, athleticism, beautifully done.
And when you watch OG Anunoby, what stands out most to you, Doris?
Oh, Kevin, you can't make me pick just one. I mean, this guy is elite on the defensive end of the floor. He's always going to give you great effort. And you better look out on the offensive end. OG Anunoby is starting to become a problem.
Here's Brunson after the basket by Utah. Pass to Robinson. Off with the layup. Jazz have gone 5 of 6 so far from the field in the second quarter. On the wing, George. He's guarded by Anunoby. Stolen by Brunson. And here we go. Brunson heading to the hoop.
Boy, whenever this team has needed a bucket, Jalen Brunson has been there right now in complete command of this ball game.
Pass to Bailey. 41 seconds left to play in the first half. There's the drive. That's basket number 2 with his third shot off to a fast 2 for 3.
And that's what the pump fake's there for. Get your man off his feet and drive right around him.
Brunson scanning the floor. Anunoby is screen on Jackson. Here's Brunson. Pass to Anunoby. Shoots from the line. Rebound by Nurkic. Nurkic has got his 4th rebound in this one. This one for 3. Drains it from beyond the arc. Sensabaugh has got 5 points now this quarter.
And I've been impressed with the unselfishness, but also getting guys the ball where they can do something with it.
And he has shown a terrific feel for how the defense is playing him and then taking advantage of that.
And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. Jazz lead by 3. We're going to step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after our halftime. Early even so far. You know, Jalen Brunson has been exceptional here, guys. Wow.
And you know he's going to put up points every time out, but boy, he made it look so easy in that first half.
And let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Getting underway here in the second half. Here's Will Hardy's 5. They've got Jackson. George out there with Bailey. Then there's Yusuf Nurkic. And it's Sensabaugh in at the small forward spot. Brunson against Jackson. And finished off by Robinson.
Mitchell Robinson so quick off his feet. Good night.
George against Anunoby. Right side George. Outside for Jackson. Back to George. 5 to shoot. Utah needs to get off a shot here. Jackson misses. New York trailing. Here's Brunson, and there's the drive. That shot is good. He has made 8 while missing only 4. That's 67% shooting. Utah has gone to three-point range 7 times tonight, knocked down 5 of them. And Nurkic has it in the corner. The three-pointer, no good. The Knicks have gone 3 of 3 from the field since halftime. Here's Brunson. Brunson, nice read, quick decision.
This guy is on fire right now. Defense has got to step up and try to disrupt his rhythm.
George passes to Bailey. Nurkic, the open look. The Jazz again can't hit it.
Boy, that's an example of a player taking what the defense gives you, just doesn't work out in his favor, right? He misses the shot.
And so they choose to intentionally foul. And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. This now will give him a chance to discuss some potential changes. And we're just around 2 minutes into the final half of play now. To the middle, here's Anunoby, and Anunoby slams it in.
Let's remember this is 6'8" with some hops. OG Anunoby with the dunk.
To end the run, and George kicks to Nurkic. Offline with his 3. The Knicks leading by 5. Well, Greg, I'm sure their coach is very pleased with their offensive flow right now.
I mean, it's harder than it looks to get it going like this. Now they just have to maintain it.
George against Brunson. George passes to Bailey. Clock at 6. Fires the 3. Sinks the three-pointer. That's 7 points for George.
And developing that 3-ball shot, George is putting in the work now.
Robinson a screen on Jackson. And here's Brunson outside. Jazz trail by 4. Here's George. And it goes down 2 points. George has got 5 points now in the quarter.
Just a late reaction there from the defense, and he is always going to finish that one.
Robinson passes to Brunson. Shoots a fader. Pass to McBride. Now Brunson. Anunoby a screen on Jackson. Brunson the pass to Anunoby. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got 4 assists now tonight.
I'll tell you, it's 6'8" with elite athleticism. Good luck checking OG Anunoby on the interior.
Anunoby against George. Back to Jackson. Stolen by Anunoby. McBride on the wing. He has 5.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Let's see if that serves as a momentum builder. What a great sequence for this group.
Here's Bailey, defended by McBride. Nurkic setting the pick for George. Pass to Nurkic for the 3. The rebound by McBride.
Well, whether it's a defensive adjustment or he's gone just a bit cold, that efficiency has really fallen off this quarter.
Robinson, that's good.
Ever since halftime, they've played precision basketball on the offensive end.
I got to believe that's something the coach talked to them about at the halftime. They have valued each possession.
And on that drive, Jackson so forceful, which helps him draw the foul there while taking the contact.
Utah shooting their first foul shots of the night here. Jackson hits both of them.
So critical that your big men be able to shoot free throws at a high rate.
3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. To the inside. Here's Robinson. A slam dunk by Robinson.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. And with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one. Here's Bailey. And it's off from three-point range. Here's Anunoby. And so it's New York in control with a 9-point lead to end the quarter. And how about a look now at our assist of the game? Brought to you by State Farm.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. The two forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the 5 down low. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks.
Well, that's a bad shot until it goes through the net.
Jazz trail by 11. Now Bailey. Outside, George. Jackson against Bridges. Just 5 to shoot. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That's his first foul.
I mean, I like the call. I thought the defense was just there a little late.
Anunoby against George. Draws contact on the shot, and now a three-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
Oh, you love to see Keontae George powered through it all, flexing on the defense right there.
And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
I like this throwback approach they're taking, looking to score high percentage shots in the paint. And so far, it's working.
And you also have to love the way they've gotten out and run in transition. A ton of good chances tonight simply from being willing to run the floor.
Here's Bailey, defended by McBride. Driving inside. Here's Nurkic, down to 5 on the shot clock.
Well, this is the special aspect of Mitchell Robinson. That rim protection, that ability to send it back. Look out.
We've gone about a minute and a half into the fourth quarter. Just 2 to shoot. Count that bucket.
You love how each side has risen to the challenge throughout this one.
I'll tell you, we have seen great execution from both teams. Neither one giving an inch here.
Shot from the top of the key. Shot is good off the back rim and in. Brunson's got the lead up to 11 now for the Knicks.
And that's just cold-blooded right there. He's taking no prisoners.
Well, when it's closing time, he's trying to lock the door. He's been going all night.
George finds Jackson. Here's Nurkic. Late in the clock, he gets it to fall.
Well, you can see on the face-up, Nurkic will drop that midi on you.
Brunson against Jackson. Robinson. Oh, no good on the dunk. Jazz trail by 9. Nurkic. Oh, softly lays it in.
Boy, what a night for Yusuf Nurkic. They have gone to him time and again, and it's paying off.
Anunoby a screen on Jackson. It's Brunson at point-blank range.
And that's his M.O. Sometimes he can score more points by himself than the rest of the team.
Jackson and get the 3.
If you're trying to make a comeback, that is the kind of shot that doesn't help.
The Knicks leading by 9. Robinson a screen on Jackson. Brunson fires.
This guy is so cagey. Jalen Brunson gets that defender off their feet with the pump fake. So good.
He drops the first one, and that'll push the lead to double digits. And both free throws good for Brunson. Utah's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. That's off.
And the way they have controlled the glass this game, really impressive.
And bottom line, more boards means more possessions. That's how you build a lead.
Oh, beautiful looking shot. I mean, when you can hit it from that deep, wow.
Takes the shot.
Well, there's just defensive chops by OG Anunoby. He says, I've got length, athletic ability, and a willingness to contest.
Count it.
Looking to close it out. That one might have been the backbreaker.
Well, at this point, they're so far up, it would take a real collapse to give this game away at this point.
The three goes down.
Great dish from Nurkic there. He really has a sixth sense for those reads.
Nurkic there for the rebound.
And the way he was able to reach out towards that release had an impact.
Well, no question, he altered that shot, and most of the time, that's just as good as blocking it.
No question as to which team gave the better effort tonight. A dominant performance and an outstanding win for New York.
They really had it going, guys. Their offense propelled them.
In this case, it was the higher shooting percentage that made the difference and earned them the W.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Jalen Brunson.
He was extremely efficient offensively, got good looks, and really knocked down big shots all game long. Finishing strong. This is how you want to close things out.
No question, they've gotten hot at exactly the right time. Clutch play on a team level.
If they want to, they can milk the clock just a little bit here.
Yeah, that's the best option.
Block, block.
First free throw is good.
Well, because Jalen Brunson's such a terrific decision maker, you can tell how confident and comfortable this team is when he runs the offense.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Nurkic outside, all alone. Bridges with the rebound. New York with the ball. They're on a 15-6 run. Now here's Brunson. So no problem for New York as they get the win. And the outcome of this one was never in doubt.
And
Here we go.
And so off the tip, it is New York. So the opening lineup here for the Clippers. Dunn and Kawhi, they're the wings. Brook Lopez is out there with Derek Jones. And it's Mathurin in at the point. Now here's Brunson. Here's Robinson. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson.
The first of many tonight. Both teams have legit offensive talent.
Boy, I tell you what, that's going to be like a pinball machine, the way that scoreboard's going to light up.
Dunn with it. Brunson defending. Lopez, the screen on Brunson. Here's Dunn. Hits a three-pointer.
Boy, how about Chris Dunn getting the ball in a great spot, making the deep attempt look elementary.
Robinson, a screen on Jones. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts the free throw. In the summer of 24, Jalen Brunson signed a contract extension, famously signing for less than his max, Clark.
Yeah, you know, B.A., it was a calculated move by Brunson because he wanted the team to have room to add additional players. If you ask me, that's the kind of winning, selfless attitude you want from the guy who's your franchise player.
Here's Brunson. The Clippers getting their last shot to go from the arc. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
You know, we've become accustomed to Brunson making tough shots just like that.
Three-pointer Mathurin. It's hauled in by Robinson.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
And, guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
Dunn outside. Lopez, the screen on Bridges. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen is the call.
The screener was leaning a bit right there. His feet may not have been planted. Pretty obvious call by the officials.
Yeah, I agree. You know, sometimes that can be a tough call for the refs to make, but not that time. It was easy there.
Anunoby, a screen on Jones. Inside. Oh, they get a hand on it. It's stolen by Leonard. Here's Dunn. Yes, and it's Leonard with the assist that time. Dunn's got his second basket of the night.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Robinson, a screen on Jones. To the middle. And a big finish by Robinson.
One of his specialties on display there, a nifty lead pass.
Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, Mike Brown had a few moments to share with me. The two-way star Kawhi Leonard was at the top of the coach's mind. He told me we've seen Kawhi win those finals MVPs because at his best, he is as good as anyone in the world. Leonard doesn't just score it, he can also shut down your best wing. It's really tough facing him. Guys?
Thank you for that, Allie. And so here are the Clippers. After the basket by New York on the other end. Here's Dunn. Nails the wide-open jumper. Dunn's got 8 points.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Well, you look at how the Knicks built this team, Clark. Some astute all-in trades.
Yeah, you know, New York spent years, B.A., building their draft assets. They cashed them in on some all-star level guys, and we're seeing the fruit of that kind of work.
Now here's Mathurin. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
Yeah, this is how impactful Mathurin can be in close. He loves jamming it home.
Brunson against Jones. Brunson passes to Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Coaches love to see ball movement, especially when it gets you that kind of look.
Here's Mathurin. Sinks that one from the post. Mathurin's gotten his third basket of the night.
Great body control allows Mathurin to finish through contact.
Brunson looks it over. Over Jones. Again, the Knicks. Good for 2 more.
Sometimes it's simple. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers and let them do what they do best.
And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
And Mathurin really gets off the ground quick. Terrific at being aggressive around the rim. Well done.
Outside Brunson. Here's Robinson. Oh, he gets it to go. So far, he can't miss. He's 4 for 4.
That'll drive your coach crazy, failing to box out.
Those are free points you're giving away. You got to work harder on the glass.
And despite the height disadvantage, oh my, he just attacks that interior.
You know what, guys, honestly, I didn't think he'd win that battle. I mean, that's a lot of height to give up.
He's been playing great, unselfish basketball, really putting the rock in the hands of the right shooters.
He is delivering a lot of room service dimes tonight. One sweet one after another.
One thing that's apparent about Mathurin is his athleticism. He's got a good blend of agility and strength, which gives him multiple ways to beat you.
Both free throws good from Mathurin.
It's not luck that he's so steady at the line. It's through repetition and hard work.
Screen by Robinson. Brunson passes to Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Just a good playmaker. Brunson using the pick and roll to create offense for his team.
It's Mathurin with a drive. Takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
I know it's early, but you have to wonder if these offenses can keep this up.
High-octane action for sure. Crowd-pleasing already.
And he slams it in one-handed.
He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
Hey, how about
Big
that?
time right there. Big time.
Woo. He's shaking the hoop. He's actually shaking the whole building.
Oh, what a slam. Look here, the fans going crazy. It's been all about Jalen Brunson for New York. Moving the rock and looking for a shot. It's clear he's in a good rhythm. Back after this. And getting it going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. And from what we've seen from New York, what's your take so far?
You can really see the strategy coming in. Get the ball into the painted area.
Yeah, and it's worked. They've got a clear edge and points in the paint. Now we'll see if they go with a more balanced attack or just keep on pounding it inside.
Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Jalen Brunson is out there with Miles McBride, and it's Robinson in at the 5, down low. That's the group for New York starting the second. Just 5 on the clock. Second chance effort. Brunson passes to Robinson, and a big finish by Robinson.
Just such good vision from Brunson. He's able to spot a guy ready to attack.
It's hard to find a more impactful player in a complementary role than OG Anunoby.
Yeah, you're speaking facts right there. He's a switchable defender. Offensively, he's at his best spotting up, and he can attack in transition effectively. I mean, I think he's the kind of player that not only does every team want, he's the kind of guy that every team needs.
And it's good for 2.
I like Leonard's shot right there. He's very comfortable from that distance.
Brunson against Jones. Brunson passes to Robinson. Shakes him. Back to Brunson. New York working the ball around now. McBride can't get it to go. And so it's Leonard with it. He'll bring it up for the Clippers. Second quarter of basketball. Just over a minute and a half played so far. And so Ty Lue calls a timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust.
You know what they came to see me, never on my level, even if we in the same league. Talking to
Tries a 3 off the inbound. And it's New York with a rebound. Outside Brunson. The 3. Rebounded by Lopez. The Clippers have got 2 of 3 shots to go in the second. Pass to Jones. Now Leonard. Anunoby covering. Back to Jones. And the dunk by Jones.
Come on, B.A. He sure can rise.
Grant, that's as good as it gets. One of the best in the league.
Boy, he makes it look easy. He is an absolutely imposing finisher around the rim.
Brunson finds Anunoby. Oh, a great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and a nasty jam.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use two hands next time. He knows where he is.
Somebody you can count on. He is an extremely reliable finisher.
And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Robinson. And a lot of spot-up shooters now, adding a one-dribble pull-up three to the repertoire.
Yeah, when you have defenders selling out to contest that catch and shoot, you got to reload, relocate, and let it fly. It's a valuable counter for those long-distance specialists. I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam.
That's exactly how you send it. Two hands and down.
And it's good. Off the back rim and in. Brunson's got 12.
And, man, you got to appreciate how efficient Brunson is. I mean, he takes and makes high-percentage shots.
Matherin passes to Leonard. The 15-footer. That's his third basket in 5 shots. Solid work.
Well, he's effective in that medium range area.
Robinson, a screen on Jones. Brunson. Offensive rebound. Bridges outside. Brunson against Jones. Clock is at 3. Tries again. That shot is off. The Clippers lead by 4. Pass to Lopez. Back to Matherin. Jones sets a screen. Here's the 3. And Matherin good for 3. 17 points in the game.
And right now, Matherin is on a roll. This young guy continues to do whatever he wants.
Brunson with it, and it's Leonard picking him up. Brunson driving. Bridges with room to shoot. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 9 assists now tonight.
Most any coach loves points coming off assists.
Here's Matherin. It's hauled in by Robinson. Robinson's got 6 rebounds in the game. Pass to McBride. Down low. Puts the move on, and Robinson finishes it off. Now just a 3-point Clipper lead.
They're punishing those late defensive rotations, getting good looks inside throughout the half.
Dunn outside. The fader. And Los Angeles, another 3. There's 6 seconds left to play in the first half of basketball.
In the NBA, you just can't let guys get to the rim.
Oh, stolen by Anunoby. Not going to go that time. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. The Clippers on top, up by 4. And join us right back here after the break for the start of the second half.
In the first half, I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him, body him up, be physical with him.
Checking out the group for Ty Lue to start the second half. Dunn and Kawhi, they're the wings. Derek Jones is out there with Brook Lopez. And it's Matherin in at the point guard position. Here's Brunson. Pass to McBride. New York working the ball around now. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
And, you know, even though they didn't come up with the steal, that's still a nice defensive play.
Now that's how you use the screen right there.
And it leads to a thunderous finish. That was nice.
And, you know, not enough help from the defense there to compensate. He gets a clean look, and that's exactly how you draw it up.
Brunson against Jones. They set the screen. Now here's Brunson. He's closely guarded. Pass to McBride. Ooh, poked away. Done with a steal. Here's Matherin. And that one is hammered home.
Boy, he can put together quite the stat sheet. Not much Matherin can't do.
Brunson against Jones. 4-3. Oh, Brunson with the triple.
That's a guy you need to defend, especially from range.
Matherin passes to Lopez. Tried to come right back with a three of his own, but it's no good. New York trailing. Anunoby, a screen on Matherin. Here's Brunson outside. Leonard pulls down the board.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
That's short off the rim.
Clean look from mid-range. Coach will probably want to run that play again.
Outside Brunson. To the inside. It's stolen by Leonard. They're running. Here's Jones. And the dunk by Jones.
And it's energy like that on both ends of the floor that's got them out ahead.
Robinson, a screen on Jones. Here's Brunson. Here's Robinson. The kick out to Brunson. Robinson, a screen on Jones. And that one's good for Brunson. Brunson's got 5 points now in the quarter.
And I love the trust between Brunson and his guys. I mean, working so hard to set each other up.
Pass to Lopez. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul of the game. Anunoby against Leonard. Robinson with the block. They retain possession. Shot clock at 5. Here's Matherin. And he banks in the layup. Matherin's got 21.
And a good job following the play by Matherin. Effort like that will always be well rewarded.
Brunson against Jones. To the paint. Here's Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
Precision pass into the post. Well-earned assist.
Pass to Lopez. Outside Matherin. We've gone about 3.5 minutes here into the third.
Chalk that up. Lopez won't miss many of those.
Jones against Brunson. Now McBride. Outside Brunson. Into the lane. Fantastic work down low from the crafty Brunson.
Knifing to the rim with ease. Brunson attacks these open lanes with tenacity.
Here's Leonard. And he lays it up and in. Leonard's got 8.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
Here's Brunson. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
Brunson doesn't fear going in amongst the trees. Remarkable poise there inside.
Here's Matherin. Drives to the hoop. Oh, he goes up high for the two-handed slam.
Big time two-hand slam.
And right on top of the defender, too. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, that was a tough, gritty, sandpaper-like finish.
And Brunson gets it to go.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing.
It's Matherin with a drive. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
With two hands on the rock, he powers it through.
Totally in control, protecting the ball the whole way.
And he should be. I mean, remove all doubt. Get it down, hard, and simple.
The lefty getting it to go. Jalen Brunson once again.
Here's Matherin. Pass to Lopez. Stolen by Anunoby. It's been all about Jalen Brunson for New York. Hit a couple from downtown this quarter. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Served him up a tasty room service dime right there, boy.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the center position. That's the 5 for New York right now.
Oh, man, he got fancy with that finish.
He may be trying to provide the spark they need to break this one open.
And I like it. I mean, some coaches might want to see just a sure-handed lay-in there, but for me, I don't mind a little extra.
Here's Leonard. It's Leonard with a good look inside.
Skilled at getting inside and doing work down there. Kawhi Leonard is a confident scorer.
Anunoby a screen on Jones to the middle. And he goes up strong with a one-handed jam.
Did you see that? Look at the elevation on that dunk, B.A.
Man, he just cocked it back and fired it down with one hand.
Boy, nice way to punctuate that possession.
Jones finds Leonard. Nice ball movement by Los Angeles. Here's Matherin. It's hauled in by Robinson. Robinson's got rebound number 8 now. Here's Brunson outside. Buries it from 3. Brunson's got 17 points here in the second half.
And there's a nice rhythm to Brunson's game. I mean, you see it in the pull-up.
Pass to Lopez. Screen by Leonard. Jones with the ball. And it's Anunoby picking him up. He drops it from range.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
And it's Mike Brown calling timeout here. He is not messing around. Calling them into the huddle. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Mike Brown was just reviewing the plan with his team. Coach telling their team, this is a tight one. We need full effort defensively, 1 or 2 stops, and we will win this game. A coach preaching defense, a familiar tune.
Great work, Allie. Thanks.
And you want him taking good shots at this point in the game, and that one was easy.
Well, you don't want to give him any open shots at this stage. Never mind a layup. Come on now. My goodness.
This has been the story of the game, a battle fought on offense.
Any lull in the action so far has been short-lived because there have been nothing but buckets in this one.
An aggressive pump fake move by Brunson, pulling the defender in close.
All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Clippers?
Well, how about the work they've done from the in-between area? They are making it rain, and the storm ain't over yet.
And I love the way they've been attacking the basket. I mean, they've looked to penetrate every opportunity they've had, and they've done a nice job doing that.
And there's the call. It's going to be an illegal screen.
Tough one. In a game where every possession is valuable, turnovers can make the difference.
New York has gone 4 of 9 so far from the perimeter. Robinson a screen on Jones, and the officials will call the illegal screen here.
One of the trickier plays to judge, but it would be hard to argue against the call.
Yeah, you know, the officials aren't nearly as lenient as they used to be on that call. As a matter of fact, I know I got away with a lot of those in my playing days, but that was 40 years ago.
Lopez. Robinson rips down the board. For New York, they've gone 3 of 4 in the fourth and looking confident on offense.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Booyah! He sinks the triple.
I mean, towards the end of the game, you want Brunson out there, and he can do some special things for you.
Stolen by Anunoby. Brunson. Bridges. Outside McBride. Now Anunoby. 6 on the shot clock. And here they come. Leonard. Leonard all alone. No doubt about it.
They want the ball in his hands when the situation calls for it.
Yes, sir! The finish with the jam. Tremendous momentum building toward those final possessions.
Yeah, with 8 lead changes so far, it feels like this is going to come down to the last shot.
Yes, sir! Count it!
No, it's early in his career, but Mathurin already knocking down several big shots late.
Brunson. He gets it to go.
A huge make by Jalen Brunson, shining in the biggest of moments.
Mathurin fires. Robinson rips down the board. New York has gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc here in the fourth. Yet another assist.
That makes 15 assists.
He has been 1 step ahead of the defense all game long. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges. It's a 3-point game. Lopez, the screen on Anunoby. Leonard! Jones outside. Right here. 5 to shoot. Another chance. Connects!
And talk about stepping up in a big way.
Well, that was 1-2. He wanted the ball. Nobody else was taking that shot.
Expect them to take their time this trip down.
Yeah, B.A., the clock is theirs to burn.
3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Brunson against Jones. Left side Brunson. From 17 feet out. It falls!
Credit the plays they're calling for him. Getting him right now some good shots. And looking to even the score with a huge 3.
You don't want to force it, though. Still need to get a quality look.
And Ty Lue has called a timeout. The pressure is on, and he's got a plan to share with his guys. What's the best strategy for him?
And a 3 would tie it up. If they have to make 1 extra pass to get a better shot, they probably have just enough time to do that.
Leonard!
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
Boy, that was close. And the last shot is going to be reviewed here. Ruled originally a basket. We'll see if it gets overturned, which would end the game, by the way. However, regulation is ended, and we are headed to overtime. And we'll return shortly. And now we get set for overtime in what has been a stirring contest. Brunson with it. Dunn and Kawhi, they're the wings. Brook Lopez is out there with Derek Jones. And it's Mathurin in at the 1. Screen by Robinson. Brunson fires! Cleared away by Lopez.
Great work by the defense. That's the intensity coaches want to see.
Leonard. Oh, Leonard leaves no room for error.
Explosive move by Kawhi at the rim. The defense had no answer there.
Robinson, a screen on Jones. 19-footer is good.
Oh, he's putting on a scoring clinic, guys. If it wasn't for him, they would not be in this game.
Now Lopez. Bridges pulls it down. Great action here if you're just joining us. About a minute into OT. Outside Anunoby. Outside McBride. Now Brunson. 6 to shoot. Robinson, a screen on Jones. And another dime for him.
Another possession, another assist.
Man, is he sharing the ball well, hitting his guys right in their spots. Outside Lopez, beyond the arc. Cash from downtown.
Part of Brook Lopez's value is his ability to space the floor, especially as a big guy.
Jones against Brunson. Anunoby, a screen on Jones. McBride on the wing. Now Anunoby. Jones rips down the board. And it's Jones with the ball for the Clippers. They lead by 1. And he gets it from 15. The Knicks have gotten 2 of 4 attempts to go in OT. Screen by Robinson. Brunson. Yes, sir, with the 3. The Clippers have gone 3 of 4 during this OT session.
Get the ball in close. Get your points that way. That's doing good business.
Oh, so much on the line here.
And the crowd is locked in.
Brunson against Jones. Shot from 16, and he sinks the jumper.
And you just can't let Brunson get to his spots. I mean, he's an excellent mid-range shooter.
Leonard inside. Anunoby covering. And Ty Lue has called a timeout. Great time to call his guys into the huddle at a very tense moment in this game. Kawhi attacking. Lopez in the post, working on Robinson. And timeout called by Ty Lue. And a great call on his part. This is the time you want to be in sync right here. Clock at 6. Lopez, the screen. Leonard buries it. Now here's Brunson. So a close game sees the Clippers taking... All right, Allie, thanks. Great stuff there. Thank you for joining us. That'll do.
Here we go.
And it's going to be the Jazz off the tip. Here are the 5 for the Clippers. Filling the perimeter slots are Dunn and Leonard. Brook Lopez is out there with Derek Jones. And it's Mathurin in at the 1 spot. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Jones. Los Angeles on D. 6 to shoot. Pass to Bailey. Shoots from the elbow. Rebound by Brook Lopez. One thing you can say about this Clippers organization, GA, resources will never be a problem.
Yeah, passionate and deep-pocketed leadership. You throw in the market size, and even if they're not the glamour franchise in LA, they're no longer resigned to second fiddle.
Well, you got to keep George away from the basket, or you can expect to get dunked on.
And it's Mathurin missing. Jazz have gone 1 of 3 for the field to start this one so far. Buries the long-range jumper.
You can't give a shooter that kind of look on the perimeter. I don't care who it is.
Pulls it up. Not wasting any time and taking the shot and knocking it down. Mathurin's got his second bucket of the night. We're now joined by our sideline reporter, Allie LaForce. Allie, it's all yours.
Will Hardy gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. We talked about Kawhi Leonard and how much his experience plays a role. He mentioned when you have a guy like Kawhi, you can take one aspect of his game, but he's so skilled and experienced that he will find another way to beat you. They've got their hands full with the vet. Back to you, Kevin.
And Allie, thanks so much.
And using that body to his advantage, Mathurin will learn to control his strength as he grows in the league.
Kessler with it. Lopez covering. And George, here we go. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
Good way to start this game. You want to get him rolling as early as possible.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he gets into a good rhythm early, watch out.
Now, here's Dunn. Back to Mathurin. Now Dunn. Jones sets the pick for Dunn. The Clippers need to get off a shot. Jackson kicks to George. First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. Jackson dishes to George. Drives to the hoop. Goes back up. Here's Bailey. Defended by Jones. Bailey misses. Clippers trail by 3. To the paint. Kicks it out to Jones. It's a nice passing here by Los Angeles. And Kawhi Leonard with the slam.
And Leonard makes it look easy. Incredible at getting inside and just finishing with physicality.
And he's good on the 3-ball.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
What a unique skill set Jaren Jackson Jr. coach brings to the floor.
No question, Kevin. He's a two-way player, a defensive player of the year who also has proven he can be a primary scorer, and he can score it from the three-point line, or he can put it on the floor and go to the basket. Plus, he's got a post game. This is one of the most versatile players in the league.
So it's the Jazz now, after Los Angeles picked up 3 with their last shot. Right side, Mathurin. Pass to Lopez. Outside, Leonard. Over Jackson. And it's Leonard missing.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Sometimes it just doesn't go in.
The Jazz have gotten 5 of 10 shots to drop in this game so far. Right at the 50% mark.
Aggressive slash from the young guard. George fears no one when attacking the basket.
And here is Los Angeles now, following the bucket by the Jazz. Left side, Leonard. Lopez sets a screen for Leonard. Back to Jones. Over Jackson. Jones, no luck.
and not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
There's no airspace there whatsoever. That's as close as you can get without foul.
A nice shot by George.
And nice touch inside. George can finish from all three levels.
Mathurin for three. George with the steal. Here's Bailey. Shoots the three. That falls. Nice feed that time from George. That's now 8 points for Ace Bailey.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
Offense, the order of the day as the first quarter comes to a close. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far that we've seen for the Jazz?
Well, the thing about hitting early threes, it spaces the floor and makes things a lot easier offensively.
And something else they've done well tonight is finding points in transition. So far, the fast break has been a plus for them.
They've got Jackson. George is out there with Bailey. Then there's Walker Kessler. And it's Sensabaugh in at the three slot. That's the group for Utah getting going here in the second. And George, here we go. Pass to Bailey. Outside for George. And there's the whistle. That goes on Chris Dunn. That's foul number 2 for him. So, Greg, you played in the league over a decade. What's the toughest thing about being a pro basketball player?
Lots of things. To me, it's just keeping your spot. Every year, there's just so much talent coming in. So holding on to a place on the roster, then that can be as difficult as anything.
Now, here's Garland. Banked in off the glass. Garland's got his second basket.
Always good seeing a guard like Garland score inside.
Outside for Jackson. Back to George. Pass to Kessler. Cuts it 5 from 18. Another miss by Utah.
I'm sure he'd like to have that back. That's a missed opportunity.
Nobody near Leonard. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Garland.
You set him up more often than not. Leonard will knock him down.
George with the ball. Garland picks him up. And stolen by Dunn. And he hits it to tie the game up. And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. He's going to have a discussion on the sideline.
And coach can't like what he's seeing, trying to get them refocused.
Yeah, you have to take a timeout in a situation like this. Stop the bleeding a bit and regroup.
And Utah making a change here. Nurkic is checked in. The Jazz have gone 0-3 and are still looking for that first bucket here in the second quarter. And George with the stuff.
And some hang time on the rim. Puts a little cherry on the top of that slam.
Well, those kind of displays of strength can get one team rolling. Garland, no good. Utah has gone 3 of 4 from long range in the game. Nurkic the pass to George. Nurkic a screen on Dunn. Back to Nurkic. Driving the lane. The shot goes in. First shot, first basket.
And get out of the way. Nurkic drives with tremendous physicality.
A drive by Garland. Here's Bailey. Dunn covering. And the basket by Bailey. And it's a 6-point Utah lead.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
The Jazz have gone 50% from the floor in the second quarter, 3 of 6. And good that time. George has got 12 points in the game.
Easy to see the kind of impact George is going to have in this league. Already so productive.
Here's Garland. That's good for his third bucket. Now 3 for 6 from the field.
Well, you like how aggressive he is, making a play at the rim against Wentz.
Yeah, showing absolutely zero fear as he goes right at the bigger defender.
Here's Sensabaugh. Hasn't made one yet. Blocked again.
And we have seen Lopez really improve his shot blocking, adept at using that length to alter shots.
Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Shot's good by Sensabaugh. And so Garland will bring it up for Los Angeles. They trail by 7. From outside, off the mark. For Utah, they've gotten exactly half their shots to go down here in the second, 5 of 10. And there it is for him. Nurkic has got 4 this quarter.
And such a polished player near the basket. Nurkic feels comfortable taking those in-close shots.
Yep, that one goes in there.
Terrific ball movement leading to the basket. You love to see it.
Outside Jackson. Here's Bailey. Here he goes. And finished off by Bailey.
And you got to clog up the lanes to the rim, or else the young legs of Bailey will take over.
Garland kicks to Lopez. Lopez sets a screen for Jones. Hands it from downtown. Jones has got his second basket of the night.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort. Able to get a layup out of that one. That's just soft defense there.
It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Jones the pass to Lopez. And Lopez throws it down.
And that's a little lack of fight at the defensive end.
Absolutely. At least on that slam, you're right. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
Yeah, but also credit the offense there. That's making a play when you really need it, and they need more of that.
Now, here is George. 14 points for him. Hits. Got that one from Nurkic.
Nurkic doesn't take a lot of bad shots, so when he decides to pull up off the dribble, you know he's feeling it.
George looking around with 4 seconds on the clock, and the layup is up and in. George has got the lead up to 10 now for the Jazz.
I love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
And so it's Utah going into the break with a 10-point lead. They've dictated the pace, pushed the ball at every chance, and it's paying off for them. We'll get you back to the action after this break.
Isn't his strength, but he's done a great job of finding the open man.
Well, the way I see it, it's an added bonus. And you can see team chemistry really growing as a result of him racking up the assists.
Checking out the group for Tyronn Lue to start the second half. Filling the perimeter slots are Dunn and Leonard. Jones is out there with Brook Lopez, and it's Garland in at the point.
Known for his incredible defense, Leonard's huge hands and timing really help make an impact on that end.
Here's Sensabaugh. Garland with the rebound. Clippers trail by 7. And, GA, you think about high skill level offensive players. Darius Garland near the very top of that list.
Well, the son of an NBA point guard in Winston Garland, Darius has been preparing for this level his entire life, and his offensive package is as polished as anyone.
And the Jazz with possession here. Darius Garland missing his last shot. 6 on the shot clock. Lopez against Nurkic. Good D by Lopez. The Clippers shooting fantastically in this game, 62% from the floor. Good on the bucket. Garland's got 10 points in the game.
A gritty bucket. Garland knows he's going to take contact, but does not back down.
Pass to Sensabaugh. Now Bailey. Jackson a screen on Jones. Here's Bailey, and finished off by Bailey.
And Bailey isn't bashful at attacking the basket, using those long strides to his advantage.
Garland, and he converts the layup. Garland's got 4 points in the quarter. Jazz leading by 5. George passes to Nurkic, and finished off by Nurkic.
Not the kind of aggressive defense they need to cut into the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
Yeah, I'd consider calling timeout right away after that one. The defense has to be better there.
And so George will bring it up for Utah. They've led by as much as 10. Lopez with the steal. Leonard kicks to Dunn. Now here's Jones. He's tightly guarded. That's in, coming off an assist from Dunn. He's got 8.
Sometimes you have to ignore the analytics. There is value in the mid-range if that's who's shooting it.
Here's Bailey. Defended by Jones. And the basket by Bailey.
And what a big night for Bailey. Scoring it well. I have a feeling there are going to be a lot of these performances in his future.
Now, here's Garland. 12 points for him. Jones with the screen on George. Dunn dishes to Jones. Drills the three-pointer.
Look, you love to see this kind of team chemistry. Let's see more of that.
And so the timeout by Will Hardy here. Looking for a breather and maybe adjusting a thing or two. Jazz leading by 4. And George, here we go. Good for the basket, number 9. He's only missed 2 shots from the floor all night.
Yeah, George has been just merciless on offense. He's not holding back at all.
He takes it in, and the rejection by Jack. And it looks like, yep, it's the coach's challenge.
The ruling on the floor stands.
Some of the more difficult calls to make. Personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double-checking, and the game continues on.
Both free throws good from Garland.
I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
Nurkic setting the pick for Bailey. And he banks in the layup. Bailey's got 18 points.
A little contact like that isn't going to do much to alter Bailey.
Here's Garland. The top of the key jumper is on the mark. Utah leading by 4. Outside, George. We've got 1:18 left in the third. Pass to Sensabaugh. Here's Nurkic, and finished off by Nurkic.
And uses balance along with fluidity to finish at the rim. Nurkic is a unique big.
Now here's Lopez. He has 5. Jones, no one around him. And he buries that one, drilling the rim on the way down. For Utah, they've gone 6 of 8 on field goal attempts in the third. A 75% clip.
Well, there's some urgency to get to the basket off the drive by George.
Here's Garland. After the basket by Utah. It's Jones on the wing. Back to Garland. Lopez, a screen on Jackson. Shot clock at 5. Garland, the pass to Lopez. Jones for 3. Rebounded by Bailey. Jazz leading by 6. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. And Nurkic, the bucket on the assist by George. George has got assist number 8 here in this one already. Garland kicks to Jones. Lopez outside. Lopez sets a screen for Garland. And the call is going to be, yes, it is, an illegal screen.
And not the most common call you'll see in the NBA, but hard to argue that pick wasn't illegal.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that should be called more. We see a lot of moving screens in today's NBA.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. And with 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this 4th period holds in store for us. Utah has gone a terrific 5 of 6 from beyond the arc in this game. Jaren Jackson is out there with Nurkic. Then it's George. Then there's Bailey. And it's Sensabaugh in at the small forward position. That's the group right now for Utah. Leonard kicks to Dunn. Back to Leonard. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. That's on Jaren Jackson.
And Leonard is such a tough cover. He's so good at baiting the D into fouling.
And so he makes both from the line. Here's George. Driving to the basket. And the shot goes in. George has got the lead up to 10 now for the Jazz.
Well, it's 6'4". George is a long lead guard. It really helps him inside.
Mathurin, good.
And coming down the stretch here, both teams still on fire.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
Yeah, they're not pulling any punches here. Even the guards are attacking the basket.
On the wing, George. Dunn covering. Here's Bailey. Oh, and he plucks it off the glass. Wow. Dunn right side. Lets it go from deep. Bangs home the trifecta.
And nice read from Mathurin. He's always trying to get his teammates going.
And George kicks to Nurkic. Outside, George for 3. It's good again, and an excellent 7 for 8 shooting night so far.
Matching baskets from the perimeter, an earmark of today's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
That one is good.
And already Mathurin has a pretty dynamic drive, but getting the drop on the defense all season won't be easy.
With the drive. Jackson against Mathurin. Rising up and ripping down the 2-hand jam.
Okay, 2 hands for safety. That's what they say, right?
That's right. He was ultra safe with that dunk, no question. they can take their time on this possession.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. Just give themselves a little bit of a break.
And there's the whistle. That goes on Chris Dunn. And that'll be his third foul so far. And there's the whistle. That goes on Chris Dunn. That will get him his fourth foul of the game. Bailey with the ball. And Ace Bailey picks up the foul. That'll be his second foul of the game.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
Clippers trail by 8. Outside Mathurin. Jones with the screen on George. Jones outside. Nurkic there for the rebound. Lopez with the steal. Jones. Leonard tried for the putback, but can't get it to go. Jazz leading by 8. George fires, and down goes the three.
Well, this is why George's coaches encourage him to keep shooting from deep, because they know he's only going to get better.
Yeah, just a simple one-hand flush.
I think he got a few more inches on his vertical by going with the spike. Nurkic outside. Here's George. Jackson. And the three misses. Now Jones. Outside Mathurin. Now Jones. And he drives in. Oh, the slam dunk.
And guys, that's not as easy as he made it look. You've got to have some skills to pull that off.
Well, he's got plenty of those, that's for sure. And so it's Leonard with it. He'll bring it up for the Clippers. They trail by 7. It's good.
Showing no hesitation, and in a huge moment, Kawhi wants the ball when they need a bucket.
Here's Nurkic. Outside George. Nurkic outside. Now George. Driving in. Nurkic outside. Just 5 on the clock. Bailey fires. He's off from 3.
They've got to take the first good shot they can find.
Yeah, and it basically all comes down to this. If they come away empty here, this one's pretty much over.
Good.
And you've got to love the energy right now. They got hot when they absolutely had to.
Well, you love their execution to get back in it. This game's very much in reach for them.
Now Bailey. And so it's Utah who scraped by with a win. That was a fun night of basketball and fabulous finish as they continued to wait out.
Best guards in the league going at it today, Grant.
go.
Is there a bit of bragging rights on the line?
You know, maybe not for the players themselves, BA, but the fans will absolutely use this game as evidence when they argue why their guy is the best.
And now the opening lineup for New York. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the 5 down low.
Strong finish by Bailey. Here's a guy who wants to slam it.
Brunson against Jackson. Brunson surveys from the high post. Anunoby. And the layup is good off the glass.
You know this about OG Anunoby. This guy's going to give you tremendous effort nightly. Really good job on the glass.
Now here's Nurkic. Ooh, took him no time at all to get that one.
And hitting from the mid-range here and early. I mean, really give the defense just another thing to worry about.
They're basically saying you're going to have to guard us at every point on the floor tonight if you're going to have any chance.
And a big finish by Robinson.
Mitchell Robinson understands how to position himself and turn the lights out. Makes that easy.
All right, Doris, for the Knicks, would you run a 2-man with Brunson and Cat or stagger their minutes?
BA, I think the answer is you do both, obviously. But if you stagger it, it's because of what they're not doing on the defensive end. Teams will target Brunson and Cat because they are not elite defensive players. But at the same time, they are both elite offensive players. And there will be moments, particularly late game, where you want your best players on the floor. So the answer is both.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Yusuf Nurkic picks one up.
And this, to me, is where Mitchell Robinson is comfortable operating. Because of the length and size, he can put pressure on defenders.
And he drives in. And stolen by Bridges. McBride passes to Anunoby. Back to McBride. Screen by Robinson. McBride with it. Jackson in his pocket. And a big finish by Robinson.
Oh, boy, 7 foot and athletic. That is spectacular by Mitchell Robinson.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Will Hardy. Coach talked about avoiding bumping Brunson on drives. He told me sometimes Jalen moves into defenders and you can almost pull the chair if you remove yourself. Let him slip his momentum in a direction without allowing him to revert to shooting. We think it can make a difference. Guys, back to you.
And Allie, thank you for that. Now here's Brunson, down low. And a big finish by Robinson.
Tremendous lead pass. Boy, that makes your teammates happy, folks.
Pass to Nurkic. With the drive.
You're putting the ball on the floor, a good idea from Bailey.
And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. Screen by Robinson. Brunson passes to Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
How about the bounce?
We can call that bounce per ounce. Can't be denied. And here's Nurkic for 3. He's looking good. 2 buckets in 3 attempts.
Oh, don't you love the confidence Yusuf Nurkic has? Normally, guys, he's setting a screen or trying to open teammates. This time it's a little catch and shoot.
Here's Jackson. And the dunk by Jackson.
Excellent tempo on the play, and he leads his teammate perfectly.
Robinson, a screen on Jackson. Brunson on the drive. Pass to Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
And an excellent job distributing the ball tonight. You can really see his feel for the game.
And that's been his role pretty much from the opening tip. Get the ball to guys where they can score it.
That one falls.
We know that the defense in today's NBA wants to take away the rim and the 3. Mr. Brunson says, I'll take that mid-range.
Now here's George. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. And play stops. A whistle there on what looks like an illegal screen.
You can get away with one once in a while, but it looked like he wasn't completely set on that pick.
I don't think there's any question. There are so many rules that favor the offense these days. You've got to be able to equal things out when an illegal screen is set.
Here's Brunson. And a big finish by Robinson.
And this kind of six slam is just one of the reasons this team is in charge of this game right now, B.A.
You know, there's an edge the way they play and a confidence they're not afraid to show. Pass to Nurkic. Lets it go from deep. The rebound by Bridges. New York leading by 5. And they've been producing at a high level.
No question. They're in a nice rhythm offensively.
1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Brunson way outside. Can't drop the tough three-pointer. It's George on the wing. He buries it from 3.
Listen, we know this guy has got a solid offensive arsenal. You've got to stay on point defensively.
B.A., the one-hand dunk just looks so fluid.
Yeah, and absolutely. Even smooth when he's powering it home like that. Well, we've seen some great shots in the first quarter. No shortage of offense. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
Well, you got to be impressed with how selfless they've been so far. Their passing has been simply outstanding.
Yeah, and their assertiveness in the paint so far tonight has been impactful. They're really making it hard for the interior defense.
They've got Yusuf Nurkic, George out there with Bailey. Then it's Jaren Jackson, and it's Sensabaugh in at the 3. That's the group for Utah, getting going in the second.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
You know exactly what that takes. It takes energy, it takes activity, it takes intensity.
Back to Nurkic for 3. It's rebounded by New York. Anunoby's got 4 rebounds in the game. Screen by Robinson. Here's Brunson outside. Rebound, Utah.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Jackson with a screen on Anunoby. Jackson right side. Brunson against George. 5 on the clock. Utah needs to get off a shot here. And here's Nurkic for 3. And another miss by Utah.
I'll tell you, his teammates are going to start to freeze this guy out if he keeps taking threes like this.
Brunson passes to Anunoby. And we're a little over a minute and a half into the second quarter. Pass to Sensabaugh. Nurkic inside. McBride covers. And he gets it to go as they call the foul. He's on his way to the line for one more.
The muscle coming into play. I like how Nurkic takes on these challenges and finds ways to deliver.
Well, when we talk about what it takes to win a championship, star power is often the first thing mentioned to us.
Well, B.A., we know that talent is what wins basketball games at any level. There's no question. You need one star, and more often than that, at least another. But really, overall roster construction is critical.
McBride can't get it to go. Jazz trail by 4. They double-team George. Pass to Nurkic. George outside. Going inside. And the jam by George.
Seeing the opening, George does not hesitate. I mean, just a great move.
And so Mike Brown decides to call a timeout. He's going to take a minute to regroup with his players. The Knicks have gone just 1 of 3 to begin the second quarter. And a big finish by Robinson.
Impressive one-hand slam right there, B.A.
Man, as long as he's confident about it, I'm good with it. Maybe use 2 hands next time. He knows where he is. Nurkic shot is good.
Guys with size who can shoot with range, that is a tough tandem to defend.
Anunoby a screen on Jackson. Brunson passes to Anunoby. Back to Brunson. Over Jackson. And there's Brunson. That one's good. On the assist from Anunoby. And it's 6 points for Jalen Brunson. It's George on the wing. Anunoby covering. George against Bridges. George left side. Pass to Nurkic. There's the triple. He can't get it to go.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Outside Brunson from about 19, and it's New York scoring again. Here's George. He's got 5. And George with the jam.
Yes, sir. George with the flush.
Brunson against Jackson. Tries it from 19. And again, it's Jalen Brunson. Brunson's got 8 points in the quarter. And so it's George with it. He brings it up for the Utah Jazz. Trailing by 5. And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul. .56 seconds left in the first half. Here's Sensabaugh. Yet to see a basket. And there's the drive. Shot clock at 6. Nurkic shot is good.
Boy, what a night for Yusuf Nurkic. They have gone to him time and again, and it's paying off.
Brunson against Jackson. Brunson passes to McBride. Back to Brunson. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. For 3, George. Another 3 for Utah.
And there's a nice rhythm to his three-point shot. You know, George has a confident stroke.
Anunoby a screen on Jackson. Shoots from the elbow. Brunson misses.
Couldn't quite line that one up. Just got to shake it off and move on to the next one.
To the inside. Here's Bailey. Got it up. And that's not gonna go. Misses at the buzzer. Yusuf Nurkic getting it done for Utah. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. Back to the game after this break. Close of a game we've seen so far. Boy, it's been quite a game for Mitchell Robinson.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
I think they've taken their time. They've showed incredible patience. It's a sign of a well-coached ball club.
Checking out the group from Mike Brown to start the second half. Bridges at the small forward with Anunoby at the 4. Miles McBride is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the center position. Inside. And the dunk by Jackson.
I mean, big-time finish from Jackson. He is a force out there.
Outside Brunson. Shoots over Jackson. And Brunson gets it to go. Brunson's got 12 points in the game. Here's George. 10 points for him. Pass to Sensabaugh. Driving to the basket. Robinson with the block.
Well, no easy buckets with Mitchell Robinson in the vicinity. Sends that back with authority.
George with a steal. Pass break Utah. Here's Sensabaugh. Now George. Here's Nurkic. Robinson with the block. Fast break. Here comes New York. Brunson passes to Robinson. And that's an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
And so Will Hardy calls the timeout. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the gameplay. .90 seconds into the second half now. Here's the pick. McBride passes to Anunoby. Drops in the layup for 2. And that's now 6 points here for OG Anunoby.
I'll tell you, it's 6'8" with elite athleticism. Good luck checking OG Anunoby on the interior.
Nurkic passes to George. Nurkic a screen on Brunson. Here's George. Played it in with a nice touch off the window. 12 points for him. Extremely competitive game thus far.
Yeah, 6 lead changes in total. I expect there to be more to come.
Jackson against Brunson. Count it. That's his 7th basket of the game in 14 tries.
Jalen Brunson right now attacking without hesitation. His foot is on the gas pedal.
George passes to Bailey. Here he goes, and he jams it home with authority.
Hey, if you give him room, he's gonna score the ball.
New York trailing. Anunoby a screen on Jackson. To the paint. Shot from the low block. Pulled the shot a little left. The bounce goes his way, though. Anunoby's got 8.
Put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Boy, the tide is running one way and then shifts back in the other direction. I've lost count of how many lead changes we've had here tonight.
For New York, they've gotten 4 of their first 5 shots to go since the break. Screen by Robinson. Outside McBride. Shot clock at 5. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. George outside. Second half here, and we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. Oh, he remains perfect. 7 for 7, showing no signs of letting up.
This is why you select Keontae George. This guy is very capable of huge offensive nights.
Anunoby a screen on Jackson. Brunson, and it's New York scoring again.
Very clever how he creates space against a bigger defender.
I'll tell you, the analytics crew may not like the mid-range, but sometimes you just got to put it in the basket.
George against Anunoby, and here's Nurkic for 3. Yes, and it's George picking up the assist. George has got 4 assists in the game.
Yeah, every coach wants assisted buckets. Guys like George, they move the ball.
Brunson finds Robinson. Robinson a screen on Jackson. And that one's good for Brunson.
Bang, bang. Doesn't get much simpler than that.
Utah's gone 6 of 14 from the perimeter tonight. George against Anunoby. George passes to Bailey. Clock at 6. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Bailey's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Yeah, attacking in the lane. I like that. Bailey not just hanging out on the perimeter.
Robinson a screen on Jackson. Puts it up. Bounces high off the rim and drops. Brunson's got 20 points.
And both teams playing with a little more urgency in this half.
They are getting after it hard. It has become a real battle out there.
And as we finish the third quarter, it's still close. Both teams trading buckets. Jazz. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
Woo, I'm fired up to see this dish one more time. It's always great to see your two guards share the wealth.
You love the unselfishness, finding the best look, and it doesn't matter who's taking it.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. We've got Bailey, Jackson out there with Yusuf Nurkic. Then there's George, and it's Sensabaugh in at the 3, the small forward. That's the group for Utah right now.
This guy, such a professional, right? Goes about his business in a highly consistent way.
It's hauled in by Robinson. Robinson's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Brunson, and that misses. That would have put him up. Here's Bailey. McBride covers. Nurkic passes to George. Nurkic, a screen on Anunoby. Back to Nurkic. To the inside. George. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Just a gutsy play by George inside, finding the close-range look.
Brunson against Jackson. Here's Robinson. And a big finish by Robinson.
You can feel the temperature rising in this arena. Both teams pouring it on offensively.
There's been a bit of a flurry here late, and this game may come down to which side gets a stop or two.
Woo-wee! What a big finish out of the backcourt.
That might be exactly what they needed at this point of the game.
Boy, as tight as this one is, that's a statement play saying, hey, listen, we're not here to back down from you guys.
Robinson can't hit. For Utah, they've gone 2 of 3 to open the fourth quarter. And Bailey gets it to go. Now it's a 4-point Jazz lead.
Can't ask for a better look with the game in the balance.
Anunoby, a screen on Jackson, and a deep 3 from Brunson. Money from the wing. Brunson's got 14 points here in the second half.
Just good on-ball decision-making from Brunson right there. This guy a master in the pick and roll.
And we've got a timeout called by Will Hardy. Coach clearly has something he wants to say to his team right now. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Will Hardy was going over with his team. Well, coach is thrilled with their three-point shooting, saying in the huddle, guys, let's keep it up. Continue to shoot it from deep. It's working. They've been on fire from distance so far.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Yep, count it.
There isn't a lot that Keontae George can't do on the offensive end. You want him to drive to the cup? No problem.
Brunson? Yes, sir! Brunson for 3.
That's a clutch shot by a big-time shooter. And where's the D?
Nurkic outside for 3. Brunson pulls it down. The Knicks have got 3 of 6 shots to go in this fourth quarter. To take the lead. The long-range missile from Brunson.
Jalen Brunson wants the ball in these moments, and there he shows you why. Big-time shot.
Cash!
Keontae George steps in a big-time moment. That's a huge basket.
Now Anunoby. Oh, the drop pass, and he dunks it down.
You can see that OG Anunoby wants the opportunity to deliver in a big moment, and does.
George fires. No problem from 14.
And this is just typical of him. Always making an impact at crucial moments in the game.
And this is a player who understands when the game is hanging in the balance. He knows it's winning time.
And he nails it.
One of the things you love about Jalen Brunson, he takes quality shots. How about that look from 3?
Now Nurkic, Jackson outside. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. On the take. Oh, ho, ho. That's a man on a mission right there.
Oh, give it to him at the rim, OG Anunoby. That's power, athleticism, beautifully done.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Let's see if that serves as a momentum builder. What a great sequence for this group.
Here's Nurkic. Takes a three. The three is in.
Boy, you allow a shooter of his caliber to get that good a look, and good night.
Robinson, a screen on Jackson. Now Robinson jams it home.
Yeah, good awareness by Mitchell Robinson. Reads the coverage and capitalizes as a roller.
You know, I think it's desperation time for them.
I'll tell you, you need absolute perfection on every possession. That's what it's going to take here.
Here's Sensabaugh. Oh, the long ball, no good. Here's Bailey. McBride covers. Now Jackson. 6 on the shot clock. Bailey. Oh, off target from downtown. Brunson with it. So New York wins it. This was a hard-fought, well-earned victory for them.
Here we go.
And it's the Knicks to start out. So the New York starting five, the two forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in its center. Leonard attacking. Robinson pulls it in.
And not allowing the shooter even an inch of breathing room on that one.
And guys, that's exactly the kind of high-impact defense they want to see out of him.
And that one's good. Brunson.
And he has become deadly from that in-between area. Brunson as efficient on the midi as anybody.
And a hard-nosed defensive identity for this Knicks. But, GA, there's been some slippage.
Well, the challenge has been their two best offensive players get targeted at the other end. The adage, you're only as strong as your weakest link, it has some truth to it.
Brunson the pass to Robinson. Here's Brunson. And he makes that one.
And defensively, if you are not on point, Brunson more than capable of finishing inside.
Mathurin against Anunoby. Pass to Jones. Inside, Lopez. That's in, coming off an assist from Jones.
Just like clockwork, Lopez doing damage inside.
Robinson a screen on Jones. Down low. And finished off by Robinson.
Yeah, just solid work on the back end of that play.
Yep, you're right. Finished hard with two hands on that stuff.
Yeah, highly efficient. Nothing extra special there. Just effective.
Mathurin, good.
And inside, Mathurin makes great use of his agility, developing some instincts for how to get around in traffic.
Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Brunson's got his third bucket of the night.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
Lopez with the bucket.
That's what we call the Brook Lopez back at you three. He loves knocking that one down.
Stolen by Jones. All alone. And it's Jones finishing it off.
And that's up-tempo basketball at its best. So much easier to operate in the open court when a steal triggers the break.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And there are the Knicks with another bucket.
That's his game. Brunson is dangerous from just about everywhere.
Anunoby against Mathurin. Pass to Leonard. 1:52 left in the first quarter. Robinson with the block. Brunson with it. Now guarded by Dunn. Anunoby a screen on Dunn. Back to Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
It really does make the game easy for your teammates when you can lead them to the rim that well with a pass. And already Mathurin has a pretty dynamic drive, but getting the drop on the defense all season won't be easy.
So, Clark, when you talk about Deuce McBride, how would you best describe his game?
An energizing presence. I mean, he brings great energy at both ends of the floor. He can knock down threes, plays with a real pace and fearlessness that injects energy into his team when he's on the floor. He's a great guy to have out there because he can really produce points in short stints of playing time.
Basket good. Brunson's got 11 points.
With how fast Brunson plays, his pull-up is really unguardable.
Mathurin for three. Nailed from three-point land.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Anunoby with the screen for Brunson. Three-pointer. It's hauled in by the Clippers. 29 seconds left in the first quarter. Mathurin attacking, and he finishes it off with a one-handed jam.
And you see that extra gear with Mathurin, gets him to the rim in a blink.
Brunson against Jones. To the inside, and the dunk by Robinson.
Punch, counter punch. Impressive offensive production early on.
Hey, guys, this is going to be fun now. I mean, we've got ourselves a shootout on tap here.
Right side, Leonard. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. Jalen Brunson has been on display for the Knicks. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter, and we'll see what happens here in the second. And a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for New York.
To me, it's been the ball movement. That's been the key. I mean, going from good to great. Not settling for a good shot, making that extra pass, keeping the defense off balance, and taking great shots.
And something else that I liked is how they attack the paint, finding ways to get inside and capitalize time and time again.
Here are the five New York has to start here in the second. The two forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Jalen Brunson out there with Miles McBride. And it's Robinson in at the 5, roaming the paint. The kick out to Lopez. The 3 from Leonard. Kawhi drills the three-pointer. Well, you think about clutch players, Greg, you think scoring. But is that accurate? Or can clutch be in any facet of the game?
It's in all phases. And you think of guys who always seem to come up with that crucial rebound or that big-time stop. Being clutch comes down to will as much as skill.
Lopez, a screen on Brunson. And play stops, whistling what looks to be an illegal screen.
Beyond the leaning, you could see his feet weren't set on that screen. Easy call.
Yeah, I agree. You know, sometimes that can be a tough call for the refs to make, but not that time. It was easy there.
Brunson with a clean look. Brunson drops it in from the arc. Wow!
And we've seen several lead changes tonight. Neither team giving an inch.
Yeah, and the lead has changed hands, and it just hasn't stayed in those hands very long when it's changed. Back and forth we go.
The real come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Good, and the assist goes to Robinson. Brunson's got 6 points in the quarter.
The competitive spirit of Brunson shining through. He just had to answer that last shot.
The wide open look here for Lopez. And again, Los Angeles with the triple. It has been nip and tuck through the first half.
Exactly, guys. The way it's seesawed back and forth, unbelievable.
And there is a whistle. That'll go on Derek Jones. That is his first foul of the game. Here's Brunson. He's got 17. What a shot by Brunson.
And he's got the confidence. Brunson playing out of his mind.
An exciting young guard, Benedict Mathurin. Clark, what's something you like about him?
Well, I got a lot of things I like about him. His smooth approach to offensive production. He can score it. He's got a nice handle. He can get to the rim. He gets to the foul line a ton. I mean, he's got a fearlessness about him and a confidence about him that seems to point to him being a star in the not-too-distant future.
Can't overplay Brunson to shoot. He will go right past you.
L.A. has gone a terrific 5 of 6 from beyond the arc in this game. Mathurin, good.
And he has his fingerprints all over this first half. He is just shooting it so efficiently.
There's a screen by Robinson. Here's Brunson. And again, it's New York.
And if you're the guy who has to guard him, it is never going to be an easy night for you.
Here's Mathurin, and that one is hammered home.
What a motor. Mathurin can go all night, and he has. What a performance.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. Pulls up, high post. The slam dunk by Robinson.
Good to see a player going all out when the game's this tight.
You know, G.A., he knows what his job is. Patrol the offensive glass.
You know, that time I thought he did it with authority. Tremendous putback at a time when they really need it.
Here's Lopez, and Lopez throws it down.
Chalk that up. Lopez won't miss many of those.
New York's gone 4-6 from outside the arc tonight. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And again, it's New York.
And his stroke has been dead on from the outside. I mean, inside, outside, it just doesn't matter.
Here's Leonard, takes it inside.
Tons of power and momentum behind Leonard's drive. He's not easily stopped when he's going like that.
Anunoby is screen on Jones. From deep, Brunson. Rebound by the Clippers.
I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
Outside Mathurin. Leonard sets a screen for Mathurin. And he makes it look easy, dunking it hard with one hand.
And one of the better athletes in his draft class, Mathurin, with quick lift off the floor and then the power to hammer it home.
Brunson the pass to Anunoby. Back to Brunson from the arc. It's good from long range. Brunson's got 29.
It's a tight one. Neither team really able to create any separation.
We've been going back and forth, partner. It's been really, really tight so far.
The kick out to Lopez. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back. Lopez has got 8 points in the quarter.
And a nice job from Lopez to catch and shoot in a fluid motion. And for a guy as big as he is, that's really impressive.
Brunson, that's a two-pointer. And there are the Knicks with another bucket. On the wing, Mathurin. And stolen by Anunoby. Benedict Mathurin has been leading the charge for Los Angeles. He finishes with 9 points in the quarter. The D is having all sorts of problems with him. We'll get right back to the action when we return. And LA has possession. They've got Benedict Mathurin. Brook Lopez is out there with Kawhi Leonard. Then it's Chris Dunn. And it's Jones in at the 3 spot. That's the group starting the second half for Tyronn Lue. Lopez finds Mathurin. 5 on the clock. Lopez a screen on Anunoby. Hits the front of the rim and out.
I wouldn't count on him missing the mid-range shot again. That's a good look for him.
Steps back. Down against Brunson. Brunson muscles through the contact.
Playing bigger than he looks. Brunson has a lot of heart.
Here's Mathurin. Boom, he jams it straight down.
He is absolutely putting on a scoring clinic, guys. If it wasn't for him, they would not be in this game.
Inside, Robinson. And finished off by Robinson.
And you can tell this is a priority for Brunson. He wants everyone involved.
On the wing, Mathurin. He's guarded by Anunoby. Here's Lopez. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Lopez has got it all tied up now for Los Angeles.
Important points there. Got him on a nice play, getting the ball inside and right to the bucket.
And that one's good, Brunson.
And so far in the second half, this has been a different kind of game than what we saw early on.
No question about it. I mean, these teams are really battling hard now.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Yeah, you know, with that size difference, that's not an easy shot. I mean, I don't care how close to the rim he is, that's a tough shot.
Outside Mathurin, going inside, and he throws it down hard with one hand.
What a nice move by Mathurin. He just took flight there.
Brunson surveying the D to the middle, and Anunoby slams it in.
What a contest this is turning into. Almost like a dunk contest, Kevin.
You're right, Greg. They are really going at it, and it's bound to only get more intense from here on out.
Certainly feels that way. I mean, neither one of these teams wants to back down.
And they call an illegal screen here.
Look, in a game this tight, those little mistakes make a big difference.
And not the most common call you'll see in the NBA, but hard to argue that pick wasn't illegal.
Yeah, you know, the officials aren't nearly as lenient as they used to be on that call. As a matter of fact, I know I got away with a lot of those in my playing days, but that was 40 years ago.
Right side Jones. Dunn outside. Lopez finds Dunn. Shot clock at 6. It's rebounded by Brunson.
Open midi right there. That's letting the defense off the hook when you don't cash in.
Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Brunson's got 38 points.
A deep shot there by Brunson. You got to admire how confident that young man is.
Mathurin passes to Jones. There's 1:38 left in the third quarter of the game. Lopez outside. Pass to Mathurin. Lopez, a screen on Anunoby. Here's Mathurin. Lopez. And staying with the play, Lopez. Lopez has got 4 this quarter.
Yeah, bully balling his way to the rack that time. Lopez with a great second effort.
Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And then Robinson slams it in.
And talk about putting some extra on it. That dunk was way over the top.
Close game or not, he's going to finish firm when he gets the space.
Well, I tell you what, guys, the young kids like to say, that's doing too much. That falls into that category. That was too much.
The shot's good from Brunson.
And you can tell Brunson has been well coached. He knows just when to call for that pick and roll.
Clippers trail by 4. Pass to Leonard. 40 seconds left to play in the third. Back to Mathurin. There's the killer two-handed slam.
No shortage of confidence for Mathurin. He's got tremendous belief in himself. And we are seeing why that's the case tonight. Ben's lighting it up.
Here's Brunson. And here is Robinson. Lopez with the steal.
And this will be the last possession of the quarter if they're patient.
Yeah, they've got to hold for the last shot here.
It's stolen by Jones. Here's Mathurin.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
Well, we thought the third quarter was over, but it turns out the officials are going to review the play to see if he released the ball before the buzzer.
And a chance here to just double-check the...
Benedict Mathurin has been leading the charge for the Clippers. That quarter had to take a lot out of him. He racked up 12 points. And don't go away. We'll be right back. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Yeah, that's just a brilliant read of the defense. I mean, it was also excellent anticipation of the movement of his teammates before the pass. Just great harmony on all sides.
3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. And on the floor for New York here in the fourth, the two forwards, Bridges and Anunoby. Miles McBride out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Robinson in at the 5, down low. The tray. And it's the Clippers with the rebound. And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul. Leonard against Bridges. Lopez from long range. That's good, and it's Leonard with the assist. Lopez has got 20 points.
It catches people off guard to see what a smooth stroke Lopez has for a big fella.
And there's the call on Jones. That'll be his second foul of the game. Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute play. Pass to Robinson. And the dunk by Robinson.
And he's an automatic finisher when he gets into that area.
He is, and he picks the simple one-hand stuff to get the 2 points.
Hey, guys, I know I'm stating the obvious here, but those could be an important 2 points considering how close this game is.
First minute and a half of basketball played here in the fourth quarter. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. And finished off by Robinson.
And the way that Brunson is just so calm in the pick and roll, boy, he is smooth.
Mathurin passes to Lopez. Lopez sets a screen for Dunn. The kick out to Lopez. And that won't go, missing the go-ahead bucket. And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for the Knicks. The lead is 2. Jones against Brunson. Robinson a screen on Jones. Now Anunoby launches it. 3. Good.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
Leonard battling for 2.
And you want him taking big shots for you in big moments. That one was as easy as it gets.
Well, you don't want to give him any open shots at this stage, never mind a layup. Come on now. My goodness.
The 19-foot shot. Count it.
He's got that clutch gene. It's in his DNA for sure.
The Knicks have gone 5 of 8 shooting as we've come down the home stretch in this final quarter. Lopez with the block.
Big Brook Lopez gobbling up space and getting the block on that play.
That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Poked away. Here we've got Brunson. Robinson a screen on Jones. Now Anunoby. Robinson sets a screen for Brunson. 4 on the shot clock. 18 feet out. Count it.
And he lives for the moment. Brunson playing his best during crunch time.
Outside Lopez. Mathurin against Anunoby. Here's Lopez. For 3. Buries the deep ball.
Boy, those are the kinds of plays that Lopez is known for. Huge basket there.
And now Jones running the floor all by himself. Jammed in. He was headed straight to the hoop the whole way. Boy, right down to the wire here. Still anyone's ball game.
Yeah, and after all the energy both sides have expended, both teams still hungry for the win.
Count it.
Nerves never show through. Brunson as calm and cool as they come down the stretch. Well, you just love seeing a player with absolutely no fear.
Cool, calm, collected, and confident in the biggest moment of the game. Yes.
Now Anunoby. Brunson outside. Cleared away by Leonard. There's 31 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And the timeout called here by Tyronn Lue. This is a huge moment, folks, in this game. And he wants to be prepared. It's time to send it over now to our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Guys, over the last break, I listened to Tyronn Lue address the team. He was very passionately telling his team, don't give them an inch when they have the ball. This game is going to come down to defense. I need you guys to work hard and close this one out. Guys?
All right, Allie, thank you so much for that.
Can't afford any wasted possessions down the stretch.
It's not over yet.
Here's Robinson. Oh, what a play inside.
Leading him right to the basket with a tremendous pass. Really good execution there.
Now Leonard. Kawhi with the flush.
And he wanted everybody in the building to feel that ferocity.
And we did. Yeah. We felt it. Even over here, we felt it.
It's the best way to do it, as long as you don't get teed up for it.
Brunson. So it's Los Angeles taking the W in a close one. That was a fun night of basketball and fabulous. Oh, terrific job, Allie. Thank you so much. That was enjoyable. Well, folks,